have the green room chat. Not at all, Brett. We were enjoying just getting to the zone there. We could have talked a bit more about the gym and your art setup and the perhaps considering doing that kind of studio tour, maybe time it about 100 followers and maybe have a bulkhead for every 100. You do something special, whatever insights you've got into your character. It's all about authenticity, isn't it? We know about Hollywood and what they do and what they don't do, but real person, real soul. What connected us to your channel was that this guy's talking through his art, and we thought, well, that's a connection. That's a person we want to hear and see more of in terms of his artwork and who he is. You connect through the art to the person. That's your soul, the art. No problem, sir. Right, I tell you what, welcome to the 5 pillars of storytelling tonight. We are going to add let's see here, we've got our presentation up, and you know what we do when we have the start of the show, folks? We do get the right one up a bit. Hope we got the right one. Yes. Oh, yes, we love it when we do that. Tell you what, we've been looking forward to this. It's been planned for quite a while, and it's great to have Brett Barkley, artist, in the house tonight at the 5 Pillars of Storytelling Live. Tell you what, let's get into this. Right then, the 5 Pillars of Storytelling Live. It's Azrael and Brett Barkley and what we're going to do is talk about the art, comics, movies, games, and toys. That's what we always do, but we have a particular focus about indie comics. We've got our 5 pillars of storytelling. Think of the art, comics, movies, games, and toys as threading the eye of 5 storytelling needles. Art goes into comics. Comics can be made into movies. Movies can be made into games, which are actually interactive movies that actually have a bigger audience now than films. So Apple Computer, get yourself sorted out, get yourself a little gaming studio and start making some real games, yeah? And after games, what do you get as merch? Toys. So you can be 7 or 8 year old again in your head, where you have the ultimate storytelling is the imagination of the forge and energy of your youth. There's nothing wrong with being 7 again. Learning to enjoy life as a youngster. What did Picasso say? It's taken me all my life to learn to draw as a child. Profound, we say. It's Sunday the 8th of 12th. We've got Brett Barkley in the house. We've been looking forward to this, and it's 7 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Yes, those people in the States, we bend time and space to have you as our foundational market. So we book and make our considerations for guests on the special guests, honored guests on the show, based around your time schedule, not ours. So hopefully you find the timings we put up comfortable for you. So, we try and meet people halfway. Actually, in the American market, we try and go over the halfway mark. Azrael tries to be giving, Sometimes he overgives. It's just, we get that from the guiding star. Please like, comment, and subscribe to the show. All it takes is you to log in YouTube. Basically, it's like an X follow. Every platform's got its own, semantics, but it's basically an X follow. You log in, follow the channel, subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. Every person we get is called the power of one. Every person that we get into our channel, we've subbed to Brett's channel quite a while back, and I think he mutualed in kind, which was great. And he said some very kind and beautiful things about what we're doing in terms of probably one of our first videos where we talked earnestly about where our journey for the 5 pillars of storytelling is going. And we were obviously very softly spoken and shy and modest, and that's just who we are. Generally, we don't do edits. We keep it raw. We keep it real. What you see is what you get. You want to know who Azrael is? Go to issue 19, where we had existential artist, photographer, Azad, beaming in from Iran, where we got spoke where we got to speak Persian. She had a best friend translating for her. We did the entire show in Persian and English, dual language. And we also basically a few technical issues for the first 20 minutes with the feeds dropping in and out, but we stuck with them. Patience, patience, and more patience, yeah? And we stayed right to the end and got 2 hours. And it really, once the connection kind of went nice and smooth, the flow it was a groundbreaking moment for us, So you can connect through this Star Trek technology that we're using with Brett tonight to connect to all the way to people from other countries. As people at the bottom of society, we may not be billionaires, but we do have love in our heart for one another, and we can support one another. It doesn't matter if they're country away. Let's learn about their culture and celebrate it. The differences break relationships, but we want to love people for the bits where you might not get on. As our former gym buddy used to said, Master Yoda, or actually Lord Maul said, it's not all the 99 things you got in common that will break you as a relationship. It's the one thing that you focus on that you shouldn't really focus on. Absolutely. When you get to 29, you don't care about those things anymore. Or maybe if you've had an absolute terrible time during the darkness wars of the last 3 years, those things melt away. That one thing, you learn to love somebody for that one thing that might have annoyed you way in the past. But these days, it just doesn't matter. Try to learn people for their flaws. And we think there'll be a lot more love and acceptance in the world, The arguments, does anybody remember arguments ever? Nobody ever remembers them. It's like, oh yeah, we had this blazing argument. Yeah, but do you remember what it was about? No. Bit like yesterday's fish and chip wrapper paper, yeah? Or the pizza box from yesterday. Do you worry about the pizza box from yesterday? No. It's all about today, isn't it? What we do today. Because we're not getting yesterday back. So yes, please comment, like, and subscribe. Let's move on. Host introduction. Hello there. Welcome to the 5 Pillars of Storytelling Live, where we talk art, comics, movies, games, and toys. And we try to weave a golden thread, as we just said, through art, comics, movies, games, and toys. The umbrella niche is storytelling. Those are just sub-niches that are all related quite closely, folks. So specializing, yeah, we are specializing in storytelling. So yes. I'm your host, Azrael, and my secret identity is Kyle Prometheus, a storyteller, artist, no, honest folks, artist, promoter of indie creators, indie comics, and doing our bit to help grow the indie comic community. And we've been at it with our shoulder. Yes, that shoulder right there is truth. Test it out. If you doubt it, put it to the test, and we'll see, yeah? So our style is universal. We can be watched by creative families, creative adults, and the creative youngies. Our motto is to listen, learn, and share. We keep it family friendly in terms of what we say coming out of mouths, including in the chat as well. Inspiring quotes. Comics are an international language. They can cross boundaries and generations. Comics are a bridge between all cultures. Legend Tezuka. Now then, tell you what, folks, this is probably the last bit where we talk much. We do a bit verbose at the beginning, but then we're going to shut up, sit on our hands, gaffer tape our mouth, and just use these. Right, guest introduction, Brett Barkley. We always do a bit of pros for our guests. We're not blowing smoke. It has to be earned. It's a meritocracy, yeah? Doesn't matter who it is. We always try and say something positive to make our guests feel relaxed. We've recently added Green Room Chat to help first-timers. John Long. It was his first time, and he's the most viewed person now with 162 plus views. Absolutely blew the doors. You wouldn't think he was nervous before in the Green Room Chat. He absolutely nailed it. Brought his friends and family, his foundational people with him. Got his wife on accounts and editing. Got his artist. He's the creator and the writer. 3-man team, 3-person team. And basically, we had people in the chat, including Azrael's business mentor, and we absolutely blew the doors off that episode. It was a coming home moment. And it's nice when people have said that our channel now feels like home to them. That's the ultimate compliment. That's what we're trying to do. A gentle word. You can take those 3 words and make them into one. Grace. That's what we're doing. So anyway, guest introduction. He won't say it, but we're going to say it for him. A bit of positive prose. Brett Barkley at Brett Barkley. He's an artist. He's on YouTube and X. We haven't put it down here because we want actually this man of mystery to explain things himself. He has an expressive, let's go through the eyes. Close your eyes. Have a bit of faith, Azrael. Speak to your audience. Speak to that green light there. Let's make a connection with our audience. Brett Barkley's got an expressive style. It's got a lovely elegance to its cursive style. It can have a bit of a passionate feel to it, you know, a sense of humor to it, where he communicates above else character. You feel like you're relating to the characters that almost feel real. Cartoons, real illustrations that speak to your artistic soul. You feel like it's two souls connecting, yeah? Brother to brother, yeah? So we'd say, and also the coloring style is very soft and svelte, whether it's black and white with its meticulous exactitude, including the latest one we pulled off his X page, aside from the ones he gave us in the end, where you've got the characters. We'll look at them. The characters are coming towards you and getting the composition right. You have to have skill to do that. Let's just say Brett Barkley is on the path of his hero's journey, artistic journey. We would say he's on X and YouTube. His YouTube's, you've got to see him, folks. He's on about 33 followers or something like that. But he talks through and rationalizes his decisions as he creates. So you're getting the authentic, real deal. He's just saying how he does it. There's no one way, yeah. Everybody in indie comics and indie creators can have their own style. It's allowed. We don't have to create comics like it's 1938 Superman Action Comics #1. We can all be our own person and we can celebrate one another, like we were saying earlier, for our differences instead of creating drama because we don't like his face or we don't like the way he holds a pencil. We say, come on, let's join together. Even there's a bit of friction as we search for our plot at the wild frontier of indie comics. Let's do it in a kind of positive, jovial, joshing kind of way. You know, we can celebrate one another as we race towards that horizon line where we can, I don't know, commune with the source. So we say he's great on X as well. Always gives you his latest artwork. We've got to say welcome to the show, Brett Barkley.
Thank you, Azrael. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was profoundly kind. The things you said, I don't know if it's entirely deserved, but I'm very grateful for it. Thank you very much.
No problem, Brett Barkley. We are glad to have you on the show. If you can come a bit closer to your mic, just so we can hear you. You might have to sort the volume, but if you come close to your mic, it might just help. So here we go, because we want to hear you. You're the resident expert tonight.
Hope
We
I can.
always say that. No, a lot of pressure, man. But we always say that, the people come on our shows aren't followers. They're creative leaders. They've got passion, courage, yeah, and conviction to get themselves out there. And yeah, it can be a bit nervous at times. And you think, I don't want to show my artwork. You want to hide in a cave. But if you don't get out there, you'll never know.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is this how's this volume?
Just a little bit more if you can. And then we're good.
Let's see if I can do anything else to improve that because how's that? Better?
Yeah, that's better. With you a bit closer, and that's cool. Right then, the big five questions. We're going straight in to this one, Brett Barkley. Right, we are. Who is Brett Barkley? Storytelling influences, comic journey, movies, and one thing Brian Toledo, I think, of Chaos Comics and Lady Death, said that during the Great Darkness Wars, when we weren't allowed to go outside and have fresh air,
Huh.
you think that'd be healthy for you. But anyway, we were swiftly on before YouTube's lightning strikes is like Zeus. Basically, what we're saying is, Brian Toledo, Chaos Comics said, have your favorite band in your head as you go out there. That's your bit. That's part of your business plan. Actually, rock. It might be. Are you Queen? Are you Metallica? Are you a Latino Spanish singer? What kind of person are you when you actually manifest your artwork going out there? So, who is Brett Barkley, and what are your artistic storytelling, and what's been your comic art journey so far, and maybe any favorite movies that have influenced your visual style as an artist? Let's go for it, Brett.
Fantastic. Okay. In terms of my favorite band, I would say Gorillas. Are you familiar with? They're so eclectic and they hit so many different genres and they blend so much. That's really what I would like to do with my work. Um, I love the idea of pulling in various influences, film noir influences, obviously comic influences. I like virtually anything from the 90s. The 90s was my era of comics, although the 80s I thought for storytelling really struck me as a young person reading. Um, I, some of my favorite material comics. Some of the favorite narrative was from the '80s for me, but '90s visually was where it was at. I don't know if you feel the same, but that was where I come from.
I tell you what, speaking about the gorillas, our first female guest was Heather Veely, who does, and we always get, if we speak to about another guest on the show, we shout them out so people know where to go to get their comics and find out about who they are. Heather Veely of Next Evolution fame, basically, she does this Next Evolution. She's got issues 1 and issues 2 out there on Global Comics for $1.99. You cannot argue with it. We've got both issues and we can't wait for issue 3. But Heather Veely came on our show. Yeah, we got caught up with the green room chat, and then we didn't start live until about half a minute later. We went, oops, we're on. And so it's the green room chat's all part of the fun. Yeah, we're not trying to be too perfect. We're not a corporation. We're just trying to be authentic, and hopefully people take Azrael as he is, and we would say that she made the point that she liked the gorillas because of the quirky, edgy, but pure cartoon style. Jamie Hernandez, and they do album artwork for Blur, concept videos for Blur, but they also, Jamie Hernandez, he did Tank Girl back in the day.
Right.
So if you're not familiar with that, then maybe something you could check out.
I am. The interesting thing, I find that influences don't affect me necessarily as visually as I'd often like. I often think that maybe there's a better way than the way I draw. I don't know. I get kind of bored with my style, if that makes sense, and
Go on.
I get bored with what I put out, and I want to. I'm always wanting to push that, but my influences I tend to find are in um, the underlayer, the stuff that maybe that doesn't reproduce in the final product.
Got you.
More overt. It would be the layout, the composition. It would be I don't know. So I do try to pull from a lot of different sources when it comes to what I end up doing. The Artistically, obviously, I love all the image guys, but again, narratively, I would pull I would pull more from the '80s, the books that I was reading when I was a little kid.
Got you.
And like you said in your opening about wanting to to get back to that 7-year-old kind of feel. That's kind of what I want to do. I want to connect with people on a way that isn't just pure excitement, but is actually heart. If that makes sense.
Yes, all about the heart.
All about the heart. I say that all the time. That's something that I firmly believe in.
Yeah,
In terms of a comic journey,
the heart.
I was always an artistic kid. I loved comics. Let's see, the first comics that I remember getting, I was in the hospital. I was sick. I was in there for an extended stay as a little boy, maybe 4,
Go
and
on.
my dad brought me some war comics, I think, and
Did he? Go on.
I remember going over those and over those. I don't even know what issues they were, but those are probably the first comics that I got, and then from that point on, I kind of any chance that I could get to pick up a book and unfortunately draw in them. That's what I did a lot as a young guy. I would draw over over Spider-Man's enemies. I think I have one of the first appearances of the Punisher that I drew over as a kid. Um, I guess we bought it at a secondhand store, and I drew webbing all over the Punisher, and I destroyed the comic. But uh, and
Destroyed the comic through overreading. We did that with our first Batman comic. What was it? Batman versus Mr. Freeze. Batman's coming out the cryogenic freezer, and Jim Apato's on the art. Some people love Neil Adams. We respect Neil Adams, but for us, the more emotional Batman was actually Jim Aparo in that quintessential classic 50s ad art style. But he really kind of put an extra, I don't know, emotional nuance to Batman. You always felt you could read his emotions. But yeah, props to Neil Adams. He certainly had authoritative art style. So you destroyed your first comic through overreading it, maybe lost the cover halfway through, reading it
Yes,
100 times.
no cover, and I drew plenty of webs all over the Punisher. Back to Jim Pero, I have a trade paperback of his work on the Spectre. I absolutely love his work on Batman. Probably more than Neil Adams. I know that's going to cause some people to
You are a brother. Thank you.
no, truly, it's you are right about his expressiveness with Batman, and if you think about where he was in his career, when he was working on Batman, he was at the tail end of his career. He was still bringing. I think what did he do? Pencil and ink, one page a day. I think that's what his output was. If you can track down his work on, it's a trade paperback. DC published like one of those thick phone book sized trade paperbacks of the Spectre work. Check it out. It's absolutely inspiring for his shots, his composition, everything. It's really solid stuff. If you're a Jim Pero fan,
For
um,
Batman, absolutely. In fact, we probably want to check out his Spectre stuff based off what you've just said.
they're tough to come by the trade paperbacks, but if you can come by one, I think you'll really like it. Um, his shots are more adventurous, more challenging. He was a younger guy when he was working on those books, but I think as for any aspiring artist, if you want to be inspired for composition, if you want to be inspired for filmic panel layouts and pacing, give it a shot. You might like it.
Yeah, people forget actually. They talk about the Trinity these days, and obviously you've got the Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman thing that's become quite apparent in the marketing. But actually, back in the day, the Spectre was one of the big four national periodicals characters, and people tend to maybe not be aware of that. You know.
No, Spectre was one of my. Let's see, Tim Mandrake, John Ostrander. If you read that series, that was a profound series. I absolutely love that. Love that
Well,
series.
yes, the Spectre is one of the Team Blue characters we like. We remember reading a Superman annual once upon a time, and Superman wanted to obviously do the right thing, probably buy the lady he loves, you know. And what guy doesn't want to do that? But basically, he was told that the last veil, you can't go past it. And who stood in his way? The Spectre. And Superman gave the Spectre everything he had. You know, you see the time travel, vertical dimensions of he's going through all the dimensions to try and get to this thing he's got to do to save or help the woman he loves. Yeah. And then the Spectre stands his way, and Superman's giving him the fist, hitting him to the face, to the jaw, to the stomach, bang, bang, bang. And the Spectre stands there. You're not going to be going past, old son, because while we appreciate your point of view, there are some things that even Superman can't do.
I love it. Yeah.
And
Um,
if we could, we're not sure what issue that was, but we'd like to have it again in our collection.
was it after? Was that perhaps after the Superman 75 Death of Superman, where he was
Pre-crisis in the 80s. So it would have been before crisis happened. What,
before?
about 84? So pre-crisis,
Okay.
and it's got some classic, almost like Kurt Swan style art.
Okay.
Was one of the quintessential Superman artists. So then, if we asked you to name a rock band or a musical act, is it also the Gorillaz on the music or Blur or something like that? Is it that kind? Are you kind of like? Is it kind of? Will you tell us what would be your band you play when you go out at a convention? You're in Artist Alley. You're doing your business plan live. Who's your music?
Wow, that's incredible. That's an incredible question. I uh, I love Gorillaz for how eclectic they are. I love Nine Inch Nails. I love old Radiohead. I am so I have such an interesting right now. How's this? If I did this, I listen almost exclusively when I'm working to 80s on Sirius XM. How's this? If I did this,
Go on.
if that helps. So I love 80s music because when I'm drawing, it makes me feel like a kid reading, picking up something. So, boy, if there was anything right now, it would be an era rather than a band. So anything 80s pop music from the radio, if that helps.
So basically, something from the 80s in terms of that kind of anthemic quality, you know, where It's big hair, big heart, and it's just complete anthem. In a sense, is it Brett Anthem Barkley? Is that
There
what
you
it
go.
is?
There you go. From the 80s. Absolutely.
Could it even be singers that I sing as your Mr. Heart? Could it be Heart's song Alone?
I do love. Very nice. Very nice.
Nancy, and her friend that does that little guitar run towards the end of that song, where it just pulls on the heartstring, and just think right there.
You know, what you said, it kind of teleports me back to middle school dances. And so
Go on, Brett Barkley. We often run a late night love in the comics promo after midnight, and so if we're going to get into the Karen Carpenter smooth radio love stuff, tell us more.
there you go. No, I that era, when you talk about drawing, or drawing like a 7 year old, it takes a whole life to draw like you're 7 years old.
Yeah.
What you are talking about really is the heart, that imagination, that mystery, that anything is possible attitude or way of life that you had when you were seven. You've got infinite. I mean, everything seems, it all seems infinite when you're a child, and you've got infinite possibilities and infinite time ahead of you. And we do spend so much time. It's perfectly encapsulated what you just said. We do spend so much time trying to get back to that feeling. So yes, the middle school dances, the awkwardness, the wondering what love is, wondering what's out there in your future. This, yeah, that's why I listen to 80s music when I'm drawing. I want to capture that feel.
I'll tell you what, we are humbled, and just when you think you're humbled, actually, in life, you meet fellow creative leaders like yourself. And we had AC Pritchard last night. We absolutely went into the Pacific Sea deep, 4.5 hours, our longest stream by order of magnitude. And he was eloquent and deep and finessed about his Saga of the Sunset and where that layers of narrative complexity comes from. And you yourself talking about here, Brett, about going back to the source, like Picasso himself said, you're communicating very authentically about it's lovely just to get back to that connection of being a 7 year old or an adolescence before life hit you with the meat tenderizer
Yes.
and basically beat your body to death. And also, then that has an effect on your mental ability and your emotional ability to rationalize your creativity. But you almost feel like you've got to get rid of this. From my point of view, what you're saying, we want to be like what you just said. So that's the humility. That's probably the perfect way. And was come to us on the show and said, we're thinking that's what we want. What he's selling right there, Mr. Hart, and the guitar, and Nancy, and the big block vocals and the big hair. That's what we want. And it feels like getting over to that drum board over there. And we say this all seriously. You know what was easier? Ah, our Stadler. We can even go old school. We've got clutch pencil, Stadler, and we've got a pencil here. Lifting these at our drawing table is a lot more difficult, I ain't joking, than picking up 150 kilograms on our back for 2 reps.
Absolutely.
Here,
It's all mental.
here, yeah, and there. So you know what we're saying, yeah? As a fellow gym goer.
I know exactly what you're saying. The When you mentioned, and I haven't I haven't gotten back to my YouTube channel. Trying to rethink. I'm trying to rethink a couple things about it because I want it to be more effective for someone, for aspiring artists. Because what you just mentioned is is the thing that I think all artists struggle with. We accumulate. Uh, I could tie this into so many things, like the idea of arguments, and how much drama there is online. We accumulate over time, I believe, what we or who we think we should be and how we think we should look at the world. Really, what that does is place limiters on it places limiters that we think of maybe as guardrails, but they're not guardrails. They actually are limiters. They limit what we think is possible, what we think we can do. And so when we limit ourselves like that, we only hurt ourselves. We work against ourselves. Picking up the pencil, putting something out there, it's such a challenge. It's such a challenge to trust yourself to say, am I good enough? Nah, no one's really good enough. You'll never be good enough in your mind. I think you understand this. Were, do you ever reach when you're working out? Do you ever reach something, that plateau, that point where you, not a plateau really, that point, that pinnacle where you're your best? You never will.
No, and when you get that, you got perhaps think of the idioms that can act as the motivator to take it to the next level. Because as we know with understanding comics, some people have got the 6 stages of Scott McCloud's of giving up, and you've got this journey to the point where you might give up as a child. You take the wrong options at school, so you still draw those hieroglyphic pictures rather than learning to look at what's actually there and draw. So you've got perception, actually drawing what is actually than what rather than what you think you see with the brain, which is goes for the path of least resistance. Oh, this will do as an eye. Yeah, still live classes, still drawing. With the composition. It's all about teaching you to really get into the zone and observe. Yeah. And obviously the hand is just a mechanical muscle reps thing, just like it is with the gym. Yeah, that's just doing what this is looking at. Yeah. So there's perhaps areas for exploration there, Brett, on your channel and even our channel, and we can perhaps do a team up or tag team on
Absolutely.
sort of like maybe ideas for actually how to take your channel forward. We just say start with what you're doing is great, but add to it that personal style, almost like this is core, Brett, and then add on bolt-on modules where you go, right, here's a studio tour. When we get to 100, I'll show you the health aspect of what I'm doing because of your past experiences, and what you've had to do to get fit again to draw, yeah, and how maybe not lifting mega weights, but you're doing just enough body weight, lifting with your own body weight, because it's just about keeping fit so you can draw. You get to a certain point when you're 29 where you're not trying to be Captain America anymore. And the funny story we had on that was we turned up in a Captain America shirt with Lord Maul in the gym. It was a bad move. He put us through a 2-hour powerlifting session with tertiary exercises that drained our reserves to the point where we went down. We couldn't walk down the stairs. There's 3 set of steps, and so your legs are like jelly. And then we finally waddled over to the couch in the coffee area, yeah? And we just went bam, just flat onto the couch, taking up the whole sofa. And we said to our mentor, a word we can't repeat on here, because we don't do naughty words on this show, because we've got a universal family audience, a code chat. And basically, he just looked like a crocodile with his eyes smiling and his slight smile, because he just picked up his cup of coffee and put it down. He said, "You're not Captain America now, are you?" he put us on the cross upside down, man. he let,
Humbled. Yes.
Humble, yes. Don't turn up in a Captain America t-shirt to the gym. But we didn't after that.
So I that's one of the things that I really want to do with my channel, to help people see, it doesn't matter where you think you are. Try to push yourself a little bit. Try to grow intelligently. Our kids do martial arts, and one of the things that
Cool.
their old master had taught them was to it's not practice makes perfect. It's perfect practice makes perfect. So one of
Got
the
you. Go
things,
on, listen to this.
pardon me.
We're listening. Go on. We're interested in this bit.
This we have a limited time on this on the earth, so if you're going to practice something and if you're going to do something, I would urge you, if there's something you'd want to do it, try it, push it out there, and but try to practice that intelligently and try to develop in the time you have the best that you can. Try to find. I'm not going to say shortcuts are the way, but try to find the smart way to practice and grow intelligence.
Efficiency.
Yes, efficiency. I so often see talented people, and talent's not enough. It's genuinely what you do with that natural talent that you have, how you develop that, and how you grow that. But do it intelligently. Do it in a way that maximizes your time, and that's what I want to do with my channel. Try to explain. You know, I took a long way, unfortunately, and maybe help people find a way to not make the same mistakes I did, if that makes sense. So, um,
We get it. It's almost like when people write how to draw books, what they're saying is, I made so many mistakes. We'll spare you that suffering.
yes, yes, yes. Speaking of, if you don't mind, I had seen one of
Go
your
on.
videos. I had seen one of your videos on where you showed some of your John Buscema. Um, as a fellow Buscema fan, um, I was really impressed with what you had done in your.
Oh, thank you, most kind. We graciously accept your compliment on our art. Appreciate that, fellow. We call him the Angelo of comics. You
Now,
know,
when you say Angelo, do you mean Michelangelo, or do you?
Michelangelo.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, okay. That's what I thought you were what you were referencing. Yes, he really was he really was a profound talent, and very inspiring for me. Another bit of advice, if you don't mind.
Sure.
One of the things I like doing is going back and buying the black and white Marvel reprints. I think they're the essentials trades, and if you can find some of his stuff, some of his early work, and go through and study that, that's just you know,
Yeah. That
it,
we take that on board. I'll tell you what, Brett. Want to know a secret?
I would certainly.
Back in the day, we were big fans of Marvel UK. The USA reprints were obviously in colour. They were very rare in Britain. Distribution was a weak spot of Team Red, yeah. Marvel, some people say, but we don't advertise corporations on this show. They get plenty of money for soulless product.
Absolutely.
Well, these days, back in the day, it was a bit better. You know, when people who'd actually suffered would create, and therefore their stuff was more profound. But these days, you have to ask what's going on. Captain Kirk's gone crazy and taken over the Enterprise. Less about that though. So we had the basically Marvel UK, as they were called, set up a a basically Marvel created a wing of Marvel in the UK called Marvel UK.
Hmm.
And what they did was cheap black and white reprints. You know where this is going, don't you?
Yes.
And basically, there was Mighty World of Marvel, uh, and basically you had A4. You know where this is going to. So
Hmm.
big A4.
Wow.
You got the original artwork, big black and white, almost like noir versions of the American stuff. And it was beautiful. We haven't been able to walk back from that. Even now, the US ones, love the color, all the coloring, it's very nice and all. But in the original step for us, the reprints are now the originals in our mind, yeah?
Yes.
Because we say, right, manga for us, we love what they're doing with manga, but they're very tiny, hard to read. You get to a certain point in your life and you think, could the print be a little bit bigger? You know, just saying. And basically, Marvel UK were big, bold, and what you got with them was you got the offshoot of Mike World of Marvel. That was the Spectacular Spider-Man Comic Weekly.
Hmm.
So Spider-Man was an offshoot. So you had they they basically began with color tint. So Spider-Man was red. Everything inside was various tints of red.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
black and white and spot red. You know, now it's very trendy and in vogue to have black, white, and grey, and you can't go wrong with a bit of spot red. Yeah,
Right.
those three tones, one color, they just bang hit you with the kind of almost like a blood moon noir. You know,
Oh, absolutely.
you read it late at night. And basically, Mac with the Marvel featured the Hulk. So it was black, grey, and white, but everything inside it, the color was the spot color was variant shades of the hue of green. Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
so you've got different values of green. So this was quite intense. So again, black. It doesn't have to be black and white, grey and red. It can be green as your spot color, of course. Anybody can pick their own favorite color for that and communicate a color narrative throughout. There is significance in any color you pick because each
Right.
color has its own meaning and is actually related harmonically. If anybody plays the guitar at the highest level, every musical note has its own color frequency. Getting a bit weird, Azrael, but something worth
No,
looking into.
I love it.
But basically, Marvel UK had these noir reprints that were on A4, so it was like widescreen versions of the American versions, and they had anthologies, they were an anthology format. So it was Hulk, Fantastic Four, and maybe I don't know the Avengers in there, the Spider-Man weekly, and they were weekly, not monthly, weekly. And because they did the reprints anthology style, you could keep up. It was a matter of time before they catch up with the American cousins eventually, maybe about 10 years behind them. And basically, in my world, in Spider-Man Weekly, Spider-Man, Iron Man, still a fan. No, it was,
Yes.
let's do it right. It was Spider-Man, it was Fantastic Four by John Buscema. Where is he going with this? John Buscema, yeah, of course, in black and white, like you say, yeah.
Hmm.
But big A4, yes. Reed Richards trying to stay afloat, and the floor has dropped through, and there's burning fire underneath him. He's got sweat beads, John Buscema style, on his forehead, and it's going wider, right? Not like the trash compactor in Star Wars, but instead of coming in, it's going out. So he's got to stretch more and more and more, like the reverse of the trash compactor. And so basically, what else would you have in Iron Man artwork? That's by George Tusker, remember? Then there was Daredevil, absolutely brilliant. Gene Colan,
Jane Colin, yeah.
you killed that man, Torpedo, and now you're going to pay. And then
I love it. I actually, we might have to start the five pillars of storytelling effect, because I might have to try to look up some of these books on eBay and we'll see what I can do if I can scrounge some of those up.
and the last one was, of course, you know what we're going to say, don't you? Thor by John Buscema. So he drew everything almost like the best version of it.
Yes.
Ergo, why we call him the Michelangelo or the Angelo for short. So look those up on eBay, but they used to be a penny a pop because they were just cheap reprints. Now they actually are rare, and because they are, even though the reprints in mint condition or near mint condition, they're not a penny anymore. They're big, £1 up to £5 for those cheap reprints that nobody wanted. But we've got a collection of them, and we have to say, just looking through the old stuff, like the reprints of the 60s, Jack Kirby, big A4, Steve Ditko with the Doctor Strange arcane style of magical noir art, big A4. You know, that the founding pillars of the, we call it the Jack Kirby universe. And then obviously you've got Ditko, who did his Doctor Strange stuff, you know,
Yes.
and look them up, buy a few, and trust me, they become very. Seeing Doctor Strange by Ditko in black and white is a different thing to see it in color.
I would love to. I would love to. That's
Macabre itself, and you've got Dormammu and Doctor Strange facing off, or the Ancient One in black and white, and there's almost something like a crude elegance to the black and white because they're big.
yes.
Anyway, we gild the lily. So anyway, yes, you say are we fans of John Buscema? Yes, and we've got more to come. We'll show you a little bit more of our stuff because we worked our way through the Marvel, how to draw comics the Marvel way. We thought, who can you study better than who's maybe not Jack Kirby, because he's like the source to us, but the next one
Yes.
is John Buscema. He's, like you say, a phenomenal talent. He could draw anything with a look at his Silver Surfer, Dante's Inferno, 9 levels of hell, melodramatic agony. You've got two people want to be together. What is it? It's this.
Yes.
You have to soar the universe alone until you find your Shalabal. Let's do the melodramatic Kirby Big Hands, just like that.
I don't find enough people today looking at the Buscema stuff and really appreciating it. So it's Azrael. I think we're kindred spirits here. We both understand the value in that old Buscema art. It's profound.
Tell you what, just a suggestion, do as you wish. We don't impose our views on people out there. We always say to people out there, you've got your own free will to choose, you know? And sometimes, if you want to help people on this show, sometimes we overgive, and that can sometimes make people do this because they're wondering what you're after. We're not after anything. We've chosen to get to 2,000. We've actually gone past 2,800 followers, or creative leaders, as we call them on X. We've just given. And it was our last guest, AC Pritchard, that said, you know, we remember you back in the early days, Azrael, because you were just connecting to people on a personal level. It wasn't about you and your ego. It wasn't an I. It was a we. So we connected to that back in the day when we first started gym. When we only had about 42 followers, we realized actually it's not about us, it's about them. And we still feel that way now. And sometimes you can overgive, and sometimes to the point of self-destruction. And you don't realize some people at a given stage of their journey in life where they just need small gestures, just a little gentle word, a kind. What's the three word saying we say? Just a gentle word is enough for them. They don't need the kind of block vocals and the big hair, and almost like they're thinking, "Crikey, it's too much." Just it's right, relax. You've got me as a creative leader. Just a little bit less. Just show us that you're there. That's enough for us. And sometimes you want to put everything on volume 11, and that's something we're learning with to actually get some sleep at 10 o'clock rather than 5 o'clock in the morning. You're doing these late night love things. Somebody reached out to me. Well, that's it. Somebody's reached out to us and said, you know what? It doesn't look like you're sleeping right, to me. And if you don't get sleep, Brett, you ain't drawing, are you?
No, no, no. My sleep is. I have the worst sleep probably of anyone I know. So,
Please tell us about it, please, if you
well,
can, if it's not
most
too
of the time,
personal.
most of the time, because of the because of our situation, we have a lot of kids. I can only work typically at night. Sometimes during the day if I cheat, but I work at night. So around 2 to 8, 9, 10 is when I work in the morning. So I go to sleep. I go to sleep in very short bursts, and I'll try to take a nap sometimes in the evening if I can. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's not ideal, but it's what I can do. So I yeah, getting more sleep that would be nice. That would be nice. But I have a lot of back problems, so sleeping is kind of difficult. Like 8 hours, I can't imagine lying down for eight
Because
hours.
your back will seize up and set.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. So that's part of my general story. The the entire reason, Kyle, that I started, or I'm sorry, Azrael.
No, no,
I
okay.
apologize.
No, that's
I
all right.
didn't want
Come
to reveal your secret,
on. That's it, identity. Give it to us, brother. Come on.
but the entire reason I started my channel was a in December I had read a Wall Street Journal article. If you're familiar, I don't know what news you get in the UK, but did you hear about the Luigi Mangione case where he killed the CEO of in New York? He killed a CEO of a healthcare company. And when I read the article, I I noticed that he had the exact same back surgery. First, I've had multiple. So the first spine surgery that I had, he had the exact same surgery, and he had mentioned because the Wall Street Journal quoted some of his some of his writings about the pain, the problems that he had as a result of that. I had been hit by a drunk driver, and I ended up having
Really?
yeah, that would be and so my I went through a lot. I'm way behind where I would like to be. There was a period there where probably for 10, 11 years I couldn't hold a pencil.
Seriously?
That would be my yeah. That would be problems from my neck from the accident. Just holding a pencil would be I'd get it was an ulnar problem from the ulnar nerve apparently. But
Yeah.
when I read this article, I read the things that he wrote, and I reflected on myself in my 20s, and I was like, this is literally exactly what I went through. The entire reason I started my channel was to tell people, look, I've been through some things. We all go through some things.
Yeah.
You don't have to give up. You don't have to
Yeah.
go out and hurt someone. You don't have to hurt yourself, destroy your future, destroy your life, or someone else's. There is a way, and it might not be easy, and it might not be where you want it to go, and
Yeah.
but you can do those things. You can fight. And so that's really the reason that I wanted to start my channel. My channel started right after I read that article. I bought microphones and things to try to set something up so that I could talk to people about art, about life, about not giving up. That would be. I've known a lot of people who had spine injuries and they just gave up. But
Yeah.
yeah. you get one shot at this life. Um, do something with it, even if it hurts. Fight. Um, I could show you. I could show you some
God,
bizarre contraptions that I've made to try to help with pain and try to help with, you know. And I mean, I worked during that time, but I couldn't do comics work because I couldn't do long form. I did years of illustrations, and
was it more comfortable to do the illustrations than the comic pages? Because obviously in the comic page, let's say you do 6 panels, that's 6 drawings with all the background work, the perspective. So actually doing 6 drawings, whereas an illustration was
right.
a lot easy. So maybe front covers would be easy for it. Was that the kind of why you've got more examples of, shall I say, illustration work rather than comics? Because with comic illustration, you're really out the board for longer than maybe you want to be.
Yes, that's exactly it. So that's exactly it. It was something that I could do. The amount of pain I could go into detail, but even after surgery, because surgery isn't a magic bullet. It causes its own problems, and you still have nerve issues. You still have the background stuff that you've been struggling with the whole time. But I it took me 11 years 11 years of really some very frustrating. I can't tell you how many hours of physical therapy I've had to do to be able to walk again, to be able to.
Really?
I was yes, I was unable to walk for a while before the first
Wow.
surgery. So
Were you in traction in the hospital bed then? Were you in traction, stuff like
no,
that?
no, I wasn't. I wasn't in traction. It was I don't know how to say this. The accident caused both problems in my neck and in my lower spine. Actually, it all throughout. I have spine. I have vertebrae. What would it be called? Slip, like burst disc, I guess you would say. They're pretty
All
big.
right, like a slip
So
disc and it's burst. It's come out your spinal column.
yes. My accident, like at first I thought I was fine until I started feeling like all the nerve problems, and the nerve
Yeah, yeah.
problems started within days, and then it just deteriorated from that. So everything that he had written, the despair that he talked about, like I don't know what he talked about, not having hope for the rest of his life, and wondering what it was going to. I knew all of that. So I I I came through certainly much better than I thought that I would ever be when I was going through it. But that's really what I wanted to do. I started looking at as a that kind of experience was writ large on my life, and I looked at how those ideas really apply to virtually anyone. Wanting to start out on anything, learning the guitar, trying to pursue a dream in that, you're going to go through periods where I can't do this. This is too painful. I'm never going to get this. You're going to do all the negative self-talk.
Of
But
course.
my what I wanted to do with the channel initially, at least, was try to encourage people to fight through that, fight intelligently, because you have to. You have a lot. You may have a lot against you. You may have more than other people against you, but fight and fight intelligently, and don't beat yourself up. You've got enough coming at you already. So those are some things that I would that I wanted to try to convey, if that makes sense.
So a rehabilitative hero's journey that everybody can identify with, yeah.
Hmm.
The pushing through the negative stuff for Azrael to get to his drawing board. And then when you sit down for the first 10 minutes, you feel frustrated and there's still that block because you're staring at a blank piece of paper. And at that point, maybe just need to do some gym warm-ups for a pencil and just draw a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Absolutely.
To let your mind open up to the right hemisphere. Like when you're driving and you do driving naturally and you think, I've just been driving for 5 miles. How did I get here without killing myself or somebody else?
There you go.
That's the state. That's the state you want to get in. Elevate your right hemisphere. There's a good book called Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain.
Right.
Forget the female author, but it's by a female author. It was recommended by Jason Brubaker, who worked on Kung Fu Panda on the previs, and also did a $100,000 Kickstarter with his book remind. Yeah, he worked doing storyboards for DreamWorks and stuff like that. Yeah,
Mhm.
he got quick and good at it. He was good at just doing the storyboards. Yeah, and basically he says, it's all about muscle memory efficiency. It's doesn't You don't necessarily have to do your full 4 years full time to get the mastery, but maybe 3 months drawing 2 hours a day. Maybe for him it was getting up before the wife and kids needed help. Yeah, between 5 and 7 o'clock. Yours is just
Oh,
around a different way. Mine is back in the day would work morning shifts, afternoons, or nights, and it depends maybe what kind of person you are. Yeah, so artists can also work mornings, mornings, afternoons, or evening shifts. Yeah, it's about what you are comfortable with in your circumstances, of course. Yeah, so basically, drawing on the right side of the brain. Good a task which you might well be aware of, Brett, is take something like a magazine poster or car or a pin-up or whatever,
mhm.
whatever, and turn it upside down. Yeah, you go to that sheet of paper next to it and try and eyeball it. You can trace for education purposes, gets a bad rap, but if you trace them 100 times, muscle memory, it's a quick way to muscle memory.
Absolutely.
And yeah. And if you put some upside down, then you're eyeballing. So you can trace, you can eyeball it, which is the classic way people think of drawing. When you're swiping something and you want, it's about what you're doing, whether you're doing traditional art and get a photographic reference or use computers and web reference. It's all about degrees of separation. A, B, C. Is what I'm drawing transformative from the source material? And that's what basically is at the crux of the AI debate. How much do you take? How much of yourself in your mind's eye imagination and your heart chakra are
Mhm.
you putting into your stuff to transform it? Basically, are you just taking something easily and pressing a button? Or are you putting any of yourself into it? And it's the kind of stuff lawyers will argue about. But as long as we'd say you're 50 to 75, perhaps better for safety reasons, 90% transformative. The 10% that we take as thieving magpies, as all artists are, we've got to. You don't create in a vacuum. You will have either photographic reference or use your sketchbooks of sketches you've drawn from the real life around you. It can be sketchbook reference for constant observation every day in your sketchbook work, or it can be photographs in your filing cabinet, like Carmine Infantino did when he was drawing the Flash back in the day. When the Silver Age got kick-started, and it can be Jack Kirby. He used the National Geographic. He had hundreds of stuff. He was the authority on science and mythology, not the other guy whose name we forget, because we think Jack Kirby needs a little bit more recognition in terms of all the kind of credit that kind of got pushed around there. We think he needs a bit more of the cake. Just saying. So that's a diplomatic answer, yeah. So basically, yeah. So there's different ways of kind of harnessing your skill set. But if you turn the pin up upside down and draw it, you can activate. When we're talking about Azrael getting frustrated for the first 10 to 20 minutes, you get a restless feeling, you want to get down to it. Either do the circles,
Mhm.
art gym, or turn the pin up upside down and basically do this. Yeah. And you get into right hemisphere mode probably within 1 to 5 minutes. By an order of magnitude, that's what, 4, 5 times faster.
Very fast. I like that. I like that suggestion. One other thing, if I could build on what you said,
Please, please.
if I were talking to an artist, and I am, who maybe deals with frustration,
Yeah.
I would suggest stop with the expectations. A lot of times,
Perfectionism.
correct. Our frustration with ourselves um, comes from this expectation that we should reproduce or get something perfect, or we should have something exactly the way we want it. Instead, try to find the try to use that mind that's going to place those expectations on yourself. Use that mind to find the simple forms, or the basics of the thing that you're drawing. Make it simple. I try to tell
Like you were saying before you continue, where a lot of people don't see your influences at the underdrawing level. That
right,
that that annex. Go on.
right. So that's going to be so important for you. change your expectations. You don't necessarily have to lower your expectations. Change what you're doing with your mind, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. We hear you 100%, Brett. That has helped us already. Do you know what? Just into the time we've had of 59 minutes, it can take as long as you like. Yeah. If this is therapy for you, you've got your physical therapy, but there's frustration with how your body is at a given age of 29. We stop counting. We're raised by ladies. We don't talk about such things.
I
But
like it.
if you're 7-year-old inside, you know,
Oh, I
we don't put
so
people in boxes because, for example, if a lady's no longer 21, we say she can still do indie comics. She's still accepted on the battlefield, shoulder to shoulder. There is this Hollywood idea that if you're not a certain age as a guy, and you're not a certain, if you're not a certain age by as a woman, a lady, that you're on the scrap heap. You get put in a box and you can't escape Schrodinger's box with the cat. So what are you? Past it? Still alive? 7-year-old? Which one are you? Don't open the box, is what we say. Just you define your reality by will.
I like
Yeah.
it.
And changing, like you said, changing your perspective on things. So instead of if you've had a negative past, rather than punishing your future on painting what you did on the past, projecting that onto other people,
Right.
where you could have a nice, happy life and a future, as battle partners and face the art and the opportunities together. Once you start putting uh, that woman's too old for a woman, that man's too old as a man, there's no future, is there? Because that kind of gotcha and caveats will permeate everything. You know what I mean? Instead of looking to the purity of our souls and feeling the kind of heartbeat of everybody in the community who just wants to be happy and create and view every day as new dawn of hope.
Right. Let me build on that a little bit, if I may, because I think we both see a lot of the negativity in the social media sphere on the indie comic scene and beyond. I'm not I'm disinclined to get involved with those things just because, well, for a variety of reasons, but I think
Same here.
most of all, I'm not if I'm spending so much time looking at and trying to tear some other guy down or some other girl, I'm not building up myself. I'm not going to, none of us build up ourselves by tearing other. We just lower the bar continually, and I'm not interested in that.
And that reflects into the universe. You walk up to somebody in the street, a bouncer who's 6'5" and 6'5" wide at a nightclub. And you go to him, "Excuse me, son," and you're not 6'5" yourself, and you're built. You've got a swimmer's build, and you say to him, "Son, get out of the way. I want to get in that nightclub because I want to have a drink and have a merry dance." He's going to fold you like a deck chair. So that's become your reality. you know. So it's that kind of thing, isn't it? It's like, well, if you say a gentle word to somebody, what we can get that trinity of words down to one word: grace. If you treat people with grace, and listen, when Azrael was 21 and probably younger than that, he had his head stuck with the sunshine. Don't go, yeah.
I understand.
And you think you're the one. It's all about you.
Yes.
But when you get to 29, you realize it's not about you. It's not about the I. It's about the way. It's actually all about them. And sometimes you can overgive because you're kind of thinking, well, the last 3 years of the Darkness Wars has made you think, well, maybe overcompensate. You don't want to overcompensate, but you want to have that balance of, if people want it, maybe they just need a little bit of help, and then they can heal and take a forward step. They just want you to be consistent, And what we try to do with the 5 pillars of storytelling is to consistently spread a gentle message, a gentle word of positivity, and shine a light, a glitter ball, a sun on somebody's work. Whether that's Bob Layton and his Iron Forge era, his Iron Masters era, or whether it's Brett Barkley who's doing something different in terms of, just from what you've said so far, your business plan, therapeutic art, artist therapy. What's your studio set up for people constantly? Even professional artists that are well known have health issues. They get overweight. They haven't got the right chair. Azrael hasn't got the right chair. We're going to get rid of this one. Actually, we want your chair. And if you did a YouTube kind of setup video, we want to watch that. So we'd make a comment, spread the positive message through the comments on it. And people go, "Oh, this guy's into health and comic art. That's a neat." How many people are doing comic art health setups. Yeah, that's one.
Idea.
Mental lowering your mental expectations of perfection. So the psychology, the iron mind of comic art. What makes Brett Barkley work the amount of hours he does? Yeah. And how does he manage his time? So, okay, you work in the iron mind. How does that work in terms of his business schedule, in terms as art schedule, in terms of working around the issues you've talked about before? And then the personal issues will actually act as a keystone to all those three areas as well. Though people will understand you. You can go through this stream and think, yeah, Azrael, we talked about it there, write it down, do a web diagram, ideas for my channel. Core thing is therapy for an artist who's been through it. It's had to walk the walk to get back to being where you are now. That's the core, that's the keystone. And then all the other areas we've just talked about, and that we've talked about in the stream so far, can be bolt-on Lego bricks to your core foundation. How does that sound?
I like it. I like it. I appreciate that. Thank you. The one thing, one thing I would suggest also when you talk about overgive, um, I don't. I like what you're saying. I don't believe personally. As I've said, we have a limited time on this earth. I don't believe necessarily. I don't encourage people to dilute themselves, if that
Go
makes
on.
sense. But
It's
I
just who we
think
are. Go on.
But I
Go on.
think we grow by doing and lifting up. So don't diminish yourself. Um, but we do encourage. You've certainly been encouraging to me, and I see what you do online, and I like it because again, I think you and I have a kindred spirit there. We both have the same thing, at least similar motivations in terms of what we want to do for other people. I love the idea of lifting up. I've never wanted to be necessarily a teacher. I don't like teachers. I was like one of these kids who have problems in school all the time.
I know.
But I love the idea of lifting up. So I think there's something independent of teaching necessarily that you do, and that in myself I see something very similar that I want to lift up as well. So don't dilute yourself. Don't take all your time lifting others up to your detriment. But I
Yeah.
encourage people to lift up and
Yeah.
to encourage. Um,
So get the sleep and just make sure instead of if you want to draw again, you've got to get the sleep sorted out, and it might balance out the overgiving because you're not getting the sleep. You're overcompensating in that area of lifting people up. You know what I mean? Yeah.
mm,
So it's time to get back to that drawing board and just balance things. Yeah, you can still give, but what about for yourself? What about your art? Are you having sleep? You know, you
right.
can. It's something we get. Would say with our yeah, everybody has a family background, and you get certain traits from the people who gave you the air you breathe.
Yes. Yes. The the one of these one of the things I think I mentioned it. I can't remember which video I mentioned it on, and some of my videos are way too long because I end up talking and filling this whole space. But one of the things I said, and I want to try to encourage, when we see the negativity online and we see these people tearing another person down or going after, personally, I don't care if you use pre-rendered 3D things in your backgrounds. If that's
Doesn't
what
matter,
you
does it? It's just another tool. Whatever.
I don't mind. I don't do that, but I don't mind if you do. It's okay, whatever. But when we're looking to the right or to the left, we're looking at someone else. We're not looking and growing where we need to be. Does that make sense?
We're not centered.
Yeah.
We're
And
not focused.
so that's what I would encourage. If a person has frustration, a lot of times they call it, we define it as like, well, I just want to be perfect. I want this to be perfect. But we're actually saying, I want this to be as good or as perfect as this guy on the left or this guy over here on the right. And we're really still looking at someone else and we're comparing ourselves to that.
Yeah.
I would urge anyone wanting to do this to try to enjoy growing yourself, not growing yourself compared to someone else,
Your race. Run your
right?
own race.
It's your race. It's your race. You have to.
And you've
I
only got one life to race.
correct.
And that the footprints in the sand.
I went from standing in line with I knew a bunch of guys. I would go to conventions and I would take my art. I went from standing in line with art at Marvel, at Dark Horse, at DC, and I knew those guys. And then suddenly I couldn't hold a pencil for quite a while. And those guys went on and they did things and they got picked up by Marvel. I didn't. And
God bless
that
you.
can be that can really grind on you. But when you stop looking at that other person, when you stop looking at when you stop envy, I mean honestly, when you stop that and you stop thinking, well, I can't do this because, or I'm sad. This is unfair that it happened to me. Well, maybe not. It's just the reality, and
It is what it is, as a Scottish person once said. It is what it
it
is.
is what it is. And your reality is the one you're living, and you are only moving one way in that reality. And so you have to actually focus on your next step. Well, it's literally like what I had to do in rehab to get back to walking again. You're focusing on the first step, and then that next step, and then that next step, and you're holding yourself up on the bars and all that stuff. Um, and then eventually you're walking with a cane and a walker and all those other things that you had to do. But
Yeah.
you get back to it, and so this is what I would urge any person: have joy in taking that step, in taking that next step. Yes, there may be fun, but have joy, and because soon you'll be running. That's that's the ideal, I think. So
That's profoundly beautiful, Brett. It's
you're
about
you're welcome.
living. What did Qui-Gon say to Kenobi? Yes, we should be. Master Yoda said we should be mindful of the future. Ah, but my Padawan, not at the expense of the living moment.
Right.
One of favorite quotes from the much maligned Phantom Menace. We saw it 5 or 6 times at the cinema. We loved it. We got to be, some movies get you to be a child again. All the people who are watching it and kind of criticizing it were criticizing it as an adult. We thought we'll watch this through the eyes of somebody who might be 7.
I like it. That's such a wonderful philosophy. That's such a wonderful philosophy, and I think that's the way we should each try to pursue. My wife tells me so often, and it's great because it brings me back to that. She says, recently Rob Liefeld reposted something of mine on Twitter, and she was
Well
like,
done.
"Thank you, sir." She said, "Can you imagine that little kid who was looking at his books getting a repost?" And it's easy to dismiss that, but I'm so grateful to her for centering me back on that idea, saying, in effect, get those 7-year-old eyes and look at this and get excited about life and move forward. When you're when you're looking at the world like that, do you really have time to look at someone else and say, "Well, I don't draw as well as he does," or "I'm angry at this guy because he's taking a shortcut and using a 3D asset or something." I don't have time to do that. I'm enjoying my journey forward. If
Yeah,
I
I mean the 3D asset thing. It's just somebody trying to be more efficient. We've moved to computers, but we're not going to enjoy the benefits of it. What did
Right,
Brian May of Queen say once? Well, he's a very modest guy. We love him. Even when it got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as the best guitarist ever, he said, "Well, not sure it's kind of reflective of me. Not sure. We feel that we're the best guitarists in the world. There's so many good guitarists. Joe Satriani, Tommy Iommi, Jimmy Page of Led Zepp. I mean, there's so many guys that we really feel quite modest about our ability. And it's that sense of humility, you know what I mean?
right,
And realizing that, you can lift everybody else up, and you can, yeah, we can compete on our own terms, you know what I mean? And the best thing in the world for us is when we say to Star Million of the Orange Saga, "Can't wait for issue 2."
yeah,
It affected us. Or we're loving Brother Dio, who does the Tomb of Reckoning with Murphy the Werewolf.
okay,
That's a great book. We've got 3 issues of that. We've got the first one of the Orange Saga by Star Million, who does great championing of artists and indie comics and
hmm,
stuff like that. A great guy. Had him on the show. He should have been the first guest, but we had a technical hiccup, and I think he was the second guest. We rescheduled, and what a guy! I think he's with is it a South American partner? And we want to ask. You don't have to tell us because it's personal. It's up to you. It's up to guests what they share about themselves. Yeah. You talked about your wife and even her understanding you need to be your inner child, to actually connect and draw, and then it manifests as Rob Liefeld recognizing, because if there's one guy out there who did the image thing, he connected with his inner child, and
Yeah.
that's why his work became so popular, because he almost drew with a 7-year-old's enthusiasm. Didn't matter that the feet were slightly off, etc., etc. Do you hear where I'm coming from? So
That's
tell us about your wife, please, and how she supported you during the therapy, and how she kind of worked alongside you. Shoulder, it sounds like a shoulder to shoulder woman.
oh yeah, she's an amazing girl. There's only one like her. Uh, really quickly before I talk about my wife, I wanted to say what you just said about Rob Liefeld is exactly what I love about what he does. I don't care. I was literally talking about this with one of my kids a couple days ago. I said, I don't care if the anatomy is slightly off. I honestly don't need it to look like
A Renaissance master.
absolutely. I don't need that. I'm not reading a comic for that. And I think, Azrael, what we're ultimately saying here is we believe that work, whether it be the Phantom Menace, whether it be a comic, whether it be a toy, whatever it is, it should capture and convey a sense of wonder, because that's what how we looked at the world when we were those 7-year-olds. A sense of wonder, certainly apprehensive, certainly, like there were concerns, but it was always overshadowed by the wonder that we saw
Yes.
and believed was out there. And that's what we
Mine eyes have seen the glory.
there
You
you go.
know.
There you go. So I also am not a critic of Rob Liefeld or anyone else's anatomy. I don't come to comics for Renaissance master work. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for wonder when I read the book. And to be fair, as a critic of my own work, I find that I tend to drift more toward too much realism for me. I try to stray from that. It's not that I'm even studying. It's
Why
not
not just take a photograph?
right. I exactly. I just watched something. It was an interview with a an anime director, and he had said, if it can be done in a photograph, why am I doing this? And I love that idea. I wish I remember who it was and what film he directed. So that's something that I would encourage as well. That idea you'd mentioned it earlier, the idea of what we bring from our mind. You
And
really
it gets to that perfectionism kind of trap, and what we bring to mind. If you put Herculean expectations in your head, what are you doing? The 12 labors of Hercules.
right.
You don't get a comic out, it doesn't pay. You haven't got the comma. If you've got the, it's like art and commerce, and really, or commerce and art, what you really need is an equilibrium, is commercial art. Art, commerce, the old term is commercial art, that sense of balance. And our Lord Maul actually told us you've got three circles, Azrael. It's work, rest, and play, 8 hours each. If those get pulled out of alignment, like let's say you're doing 10 to 12 hours art, or you're doing 4 hours sleep, your circles are out of alignment, yeah. And let's say you're not playing enough, so that you have all this pent up stress, and maybe there might be, if one is out to a balance, you can almost get a negativity in your life rather than it being a positive equilibrium. You can get a negative equilibrium where it's having an impact on your mental health, your emotions, and even your body ultimately. And
Absolutely.
it almost prevents people from letting you in to help them.
Right, right, absolutely. I read a book when I was in high school by William H. Danforth called "I Dare You," and it outlined four. It was said
Go on.
it said four sides: the physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional sides of your life should be a perfect square. So it's the same philosophy,
Same thing. Yeah, cool.
and I try to live by that. So
That should go underneath the video that you make of that, reference it, and get an ad link to Amazon, so you get a kickback every time somebody buys it off your channel. Just saying, that's another thing for your plan if you want to.
no, I appreciate your insights. Clearly, you're much
But
more
go on, talk us to what you were saying about the this perfect square thing.
oh, yes, the idea that that our lives should be a square and it should have a physical aspect, a mental aspect, a spiritual aspect, and an emotional aspect. And then each one of those we must keep in balance. You know, the idea of staying physically fit, the idea of staying mentally fit, and spiritually. I'm a deeply spiritual person, and
Go
our
on.
emotion, our social, our interaction with others. I think it's really important not to get so far skewed that we can't connect with other human beings, or not to get so skewed in one way that we completely allow our bodies, because I have learned you must we are only going one way in this life, and it tends to be on a downward trajectory toward the end, so we have to fight against that entropy, basically. So
Tempest fugit.
yes,
Time flies.
yes, indeed.
And we've got to hold on to that Picassian 7-year-old and have that enthusiasm to get to the drawing board and let go. Feel the great ether flowing through you. You know, when Kenobi says to Skywalker, and they have the first Jedi training, he says, put the blast shield on your head.
Mm.
Now you've got to let go of what you think. You know, learn what you've learned, said Yoda. Yeah, and just feel the force, the source, the ether flowing through you. Yeah, alive
Absolutely.
to the living moment.
I hope, as a
Because you won't get that time back. That's
no,
keep cop diem. Yeah,
no,
go on. You
you
saying
you get no time back. I hope the next time we speak, you can tell me that you allowed yourself to draw whatever came out,
God bless you.
and you were able to say, I wasn't frustrated with that, because you're producing, and I can tell you, as a person who could not hold a pencil for a significant period of time and then
Mm.
was able to do it, but with great pain, you produced something. If you produce something on paper, you did more than I was able to do for years. Um, or at least, if you're able to do it without pain, you did something that I wasn't able to do for quite some time. Um, so that's encouraging. That's I love to hear that. So
Mm.
don't put the pressure on yourself to be frustrated. Put the
You read
pressure.
our mind and our soul and our very emotions, Brett Barkley. Your journey and your what you've just said is very humbling. We would say we know new levels of humility. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that.
Well, you are so kind. I would encourage that for anyone. I would encourage that for anyone. Stop for a moment. Don't waste your time with the frustration. Don't beat yourself up. I promise you, there are so many things, so many people, so many things on the horizon that are waiting to beat you up. You're not going to have to. So
You don't have to beat yourself up. You're going to get enough kickings from what life's going to throw at you. So be kinder to ourselves. Be gentle with one another. Grace. You know what? We have a 3-word motto. It's in the Bible, as you would say. You're a religious person. We respect that. And we've seen some of your artwork and that. Very nice. There's a great warmth. Around about Easter time, I just thought, that's Brett. Because we saw the goth girl, but then we saw that. We thought, amen, as you would. Yeah. We appreciate that about you.
thank you.
And we have 3 watchwords from the guiding star. Such was the grace of another, yeah? So grace, gentleness, and generosity.
I like.
And through the word of, by way of positivity, a gentle word, yeah? And just that grace of the guiding star to, just think for a moment before you speak. Have patience and don't punish the person in front of you for the frustrations you have inside
Absolutely.
from life experiences or whatever, or maybe you're frustrated in the moment because it challenges you to growth or healing. Yeah. And we're
Right.
all on a healing path in life. We've all got things from our past where you think, if only I'd have made that decision and that decision, I've only done that. But if you had made those decisions, it wouldn't have brought you here in the
Right.
living now. It's all by the divine plan of the great architect of the one word, yeah, as
Right.
word, as breath, as song, yeah, the resonance of everything we experience, the vibrations, we call them universal chime bells. Are we listening? Sometimes we get ringing in our ears. It's not tinnitus. That's all we're going to say, folks. We used to not be very thingy, and 5 years ago we were very. We suddenly thought, you know what, guiding star, you are. We've come to realize, just as Tesla once said, the great angel himself said, Once we learn to understand the things we can't see, we'll come to understand ourselves and have greater joy and love in humanity and how we treat one another, because it's just a cosmic mirror. As soon as you treat people badly, it reflects back on you. As soon as you treat people gently, you spread the love.
Uh, I it's so interesting. I had detected a lot of similarities in the way we looked at things online, but it's so interesting hearing these things. I used to be a well, I don't know about you, but I used to get in a lot of fights. I'm a fairly big guy, and I was a fairly tough kid, and
You're the guy on the back. You're the bouncer on the doors of that nightclub. Just jesting with you.
I have I have done I
Door
worked
work.
security for
Did
Quality
you? All
Control a
right.
long time ago in college. Yeah, so I you know
Could handle yourself.
I I I've been in a number of scraps, and I used to be a tough guy, and I used to have a lot of negativity, and I will assure you that life has a way of bringing us to a point of humility and understanding what we're putting out there, understanding how we're treating other people. That can have a profound effect on us. And
Yeah.
to refer back to that Wall Street Journal article, when I read about this case, I thought, yeah, he had completely the wrong idea. You can't you can't blame someone else, even a drunk driver. I don't have a lot of negativity toward that
Because it
person.
will destroy you.
It will absolutely destroy you. And I am only remember we're only going one way. Time flies, tempus fugit. I'm not going to waste my time with that. So I do love seeing how you build up other people. I want to be able to put your stuff out there too, though. So when you post things, I don't have as many followers as you, but I'll definitely broadcast and certainly comment. But I want to
God
be
bless. And we appreciate. Thank you very much. Very gracious of you to say so, and we humbly accept that. That that well, we call it loving energy. Actually, it is what it is, isn't it? Loving energy in coming our way, and we appreciate that very much, Brett. And we'll be doing some more art real soon, by if only by way of you telling us to let go of our own artistic demons,
right.
because you've gone through that road of battling them, yourself,
Hmm.
through therapy and I mean, to actually have pain while you're drawing. I mean, that you've come out the other side of that journey with a sense of peace with yourself is profound, and we will certainly recommend this stream to anybody who's coming from a place of healing. And on that, actually, as somebody's gone through the fires of healing yourself, if you wanted to help somebody by way of general advice, let's say somebody's coming from a place of healing, and sometimes they have good days and they want to, they want to split time and space asunder, yeah, and they feel like they're on top of the world, but another day they might feel like, they're frustrated, and all the negative shadows of the past almost are tendrils that they're trying to shake off to
Right.
keep that positivity. How would you suggest you try your best to help somebody who's coming from a place of healing? Is it just a case of being patient, absorbing, and just putting that love out? Then eventually you will help them see that you're not the enemy.
That's a really interesting question. Um,
Because there's so much of that in the indie coach community with all the drama, the drama farming, all that sort. What would your advice be?
I don't think uh, I don't think I don't think our culture um, gears us toward generating joy in ourselves, if that makes sense. I think our culture, and if you look at how it's set up, the idea is joy comes through
Material things.
right, consumerism. It comes through what we get, or what we can have, and what we can pay to experience. But I think I would urge a person to find joy where you are, in yourself, in what you do. You mentioned, for a person who has good days, for a person who has bad days. I know all about that. Some days you can get up and like, for instance, last night I tried to go to bed early, and there were hours. I could not sleep because my neck still hurts. I have so many. You wouldn't believe how many pillows I've bought over the years to try
Same.
and
The quest for the comfy pillow is just
right,
impossible.
trying to find something that can work with my neck, trying to find the right thing, and wondering why. Well, why is it different today? Find the joy in what you can do. Find the joy in what you have. Find the joy in family, in your kids, in the thing you produce. It may not be the best thing, or it may not match the perfectionist standards that you have, but it's something. And I promise you, I wasn't able to do any of that for a long time. So the I would encourage a person to look inward and grasp and go out and generate joy, if that makes sense. And you have a good day, enjoy what the sun looks like on that day, enjoy your coffee, enjoy your time with people, enjoy and really take note of that moment and cling to those things. In the same way, no one had a perfect childhood, but I can listen to 80s music and I can reflect on the really positive things that I enjoyed as a kid growing up, and I can bring that out I try to bring that out in what I do. That would be probably what I would recommend anyone. That's what I would tell my kids. That's kind of how I look at it. I want them to understand joy isn't going to come to you by something that you buy, and it's not going to come to you. It's not something that can be like provided by a store or an online retailer. It doesn't happen like that. It's going to be something you work for. You have to find it. Otherwise, you're going to have a life of mediocrity or lower, and you can wait for that. It's never going to happen. You have to generate joy for yourself. So that's what I would encourage a person to do.
To find the things you love about life in general, whether it's a cup of coffee
Right.
or a chat with somebody or just
Yep.
sharing a chat about a movie or talking about the
Absolutely.
Netflix series that you like or certain comics that you like or the fact that you enjoy somebody's value that they bring to your life and then they maybe appreciate the fact that you bring support to their life so you can have value and support as a kind of yin yang equation if
Right.
for example generally it's women can and ladies can enjoy the value a man has in his life as a stoic man who is trying to be most. Let's face it, 80% of guys out there are invisible,
Right.
but they have good hearts. They're noble, and a lot of guys get bad press in the mainstream media. You can't actually say anything nice about guys, but we don't talk about stuff like this show. But 8% of guys are nice, they're gentle, and they will do anything for the lady in their life. And if you get a lady who can support, who recognizes that value, then you can support them. And it's a support and understanding they really, really want. Yeah.
Right.
Even if they've had bad experience in the past. And it's if you can meet rarer than dragon's teeth, some say, but if you can find that person like you have in your life that
Mm-hmm.
is going to work with you and understands you need to draw. Art is life to you, it's life-giving oxygen. Yeah, despite all you've gone through, you've gone through the fire of pain to pick up a pencil and draw. Yeah, and to have a partner understand you must do it and support you in your sleep and support you with your drawing and like maybe helping you get the chairs and the furniture you need and making sure
Right.
that you're comfortable and you can express yourself as a man. And you probably provide things like it's a synergistic thing, isn't it? A kind of harmonic balance. Yeah.
Right. Right. Yes, I will say, and not bragging, I have the best wife in the world, the best partner. I
Good.
can't. We've known each other. We met each other in the last semester of college, and we've been together ever since. And so she's been with me through physical therapy, through a lot of years of frustration and depression, trying to understand why I'm no longer able to do what other people were able to do with their art, or why I'm not working for Marvel or DC. And she understands all of that, and she's a very spiritual woman. And it's funny, when I met her, I remember thinking, this girl doesn't know how amazing she is. And
She doesn't know it, and such humility is attractive.
yeah, yes, and rare. It's a rare commodity. And
Grace,
uh,
grace. Go
yes.
on.
So over time, over time, she has just continually shown, whether or not she still recognizes that she's an amazing person. So, and able to accomplish amazing things. Um, so we each support each other. That's a really important part of our relationship and what we try to teach our kids. Raise up, and it's again what I see reflected in your spirit and who you are. So it's and that's a rare thing. That really is a genuinely rare thing in the world.
God
Um,
bless you. God bless you, Brett. Just had an idea we were talking though, thinking if Brett can't draw 6 panels because it takes an order of magnitude more time to do the panels versus Walt Simonson did that famous issue of Thor where Thor goes down with a serpent.
oh yes, yeah.
Now, you know what we're going to suggest to you if you want to do your own comic, don't you? If you can only do pin-ups, why doesn't Brett do his own comic, 24 splash pages, boom. And
Love
to
it.
start with, maybe do one a year. Next year, do twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, quarterly. And
I
if you
like
can
it.
go quarterly as the aim, all the stuff that's in there can be turned into merch, t-shirts, toys, badges, posters. Yeah.
I love the way your mind works. Very nice. I like that. I'm I'm a lot better. I'm a lot better than I was 10 years ago. So the pain is not as much an issue as it anywhere near where it was. So I am thinking about
Because you
what
must have your own story. Just go on.
absolutely. I have things that I want to do. So I am putting some time into trying to come up with a plot, and then I think I could do I think I could do the book, uh, 8 panels a page, no problem. Now I'm a lot better physically than where I was. It just takes time. The surgeon that performed my neck surgery told me he's like it's going to be about 10 or 11 years before you can get away from the nerve problems, and he
Oh.
was right. He was right. Very frustrating 10 or 11 years, but so I'm a lot better than I was in terms of that. I would, but I like your idea. The a book of splash pages or of pinup pages. That's a really
It
nice
could be
idea.
pin-up pages to introduce you. Let's say you do a print on demand, 24-page book. It's Brett Barkley's artwork. That's your first start. That's your first comic as a kind of art showcase. Your next one might be right. We're going to do. I've got this idea for a story in our heads. Classic Hollywood script, beginning, middle, and end. If you want to
Mm-hmm.
add a prologue and an epilogue, be our guest. Yeah, and you do 24 Walt Simonson. Thor fights the goth girl fighting the Dante's Inferno demon, yeah, on a skateboard, whatever it's going to be, yeah. There you go, free idea. And describe the plot in 21 words or less. Try it in 12 words, 11 words. Try it in 7 words. Try it in 1 word. The
Uh-huh.
summation of it, synopsis style. And once you get that multi-scalar plot device, then you can develop a synopsis from it. And then you've got your classic Hollywood script, haven't you? Beginning, middle, and end. And if you want to do epilogues and prologues, you can do, yeah. And just think about it as a visual thing. Like Alfred Hitchcock said, he sees images in his head
Mm-hmm.
and then he draws them
Oh yes.
or gets his storyboards to draw them. The stuff we breathe out, the air, he calls words atmosphere
Mm-hmm.
to the visual stuff. So all his movies are silent movies. So imagine you've done a 24 splash page silent movie of it might be Brett's journey, documentary style, to get here, including your wife. So you almost like Robert Crumb style from the 60 Underground comics of
Oh yeah.
documentary style, yeah. So you've got one which is here's my art, here's my journey to start making this art again, and then your idea for your one good cool idea. Let's say you're going to be the person that does Superman, and everybody's going to love this Superman idea. Yeah. So you've
Mm-hmm.
got who I am now, the journey that took me to get here, and then obviously here's my character, Brett, the doorman from college, Barkley. Yeah,
There you go.
a superhero without a cape.
I like it. I like it.
ABC. That's the Holy Trinity.
I love it. I love it. I like the way your mind works, Azrael. Sorry.
It's all right.
I That's one of the things that I want to try. I want to try to do. You had mentioned the goth girl. That cover I think is coming up. It's going to be the cover for the art of. that I got that that I got. It's going to be, I think, released next week on the Friday the 13th for anyone interested.
So it's coming
Um,
out Friday the 13th, yeah?
yes, that's Mark Polton's Goth Girl comic. But I love the idea. I love the idea of bringing interesting and new perspectives to the comic art form. So
Rather than rinse and repeating the ninth version of Batman, you get to the point where you're absolutely on the latest version. Go on.
so your concept is great. I when you talk about perfectionism and sitting down at the drawing table, what I find now is I struggle with that same concept of perfectionism when trying to write a plot. Um,
So for you, it's not the art; it's the writing.
yes,
You're thinking, do I have to be an auteur writer?
correct.
We'd say on that right back at you. Change your mindset from auteur writing. We know who they are. They don't do art. They do writing and tell the artist what to draw. Brett Barkley's been through enough life experiences to be a visual storyteller,
Yes,
almost like documentary style.
I like it. I like it.
That's who you are.
I need to take my own advice on that. So I appreciate you turning that back on me. I need that. The I'd read something on.
We think of ourselves. Sorry to when we say that, we think of ourselves not as an auteur writer, Brett. We think of ourselves as a visual storyteller. So, as an attuned brother, we are probably both visual storytellers. I wouldn't describe ourselves as an auteur writer at all. And reaching for that auteur quality, that's Alan Moore.
Yes.
We're probably more like Dave Gibbons of The Watchmen.
Oh, I that's high praise. I would definitely take that though. I would definitely take being a Dave Gibbons. I don't mind that at all. The the idea I'd read something I can't remember whose post it was, but a Twitter post that was talking about, and it seemed like it was written directly for me. The people who struggle to write, he said, you're writing a comic. Most people aren't going to really care about this. Most people aren't going to look at it as the highest form of art and something that they're going to remember for the rest of their lives, or even most people aren't even going to see it. And
Yeah.
he said, just write the thing and get it out there. And I don't know. I guess I'm working through the process mentally of saying, right, oh, okay, I can do that. I can give myself permission to just produce something, even if it's not perfection.
Yeah.
So, so I need to take my own advice and consider that, and that's something I'm working on because I do have some ideas, and I do want to put these ideas out in the world because, as you and I would probably agree, not to be negative, we don't probably read a lot of the current comics that come out today because I don't find wonder in those current comics. If you look on my
No,
shelf behind
it's
me,
cynicism. It's not
yeah,
wonder. It's cynicism
cynicism and
and fear.
yeah, absolutely.
As Yoda said, and we're going to look at the green light when we say this, Brett. So hopefully our audience will connect with us. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
That's good. That's good.
Tell you what does Brett Barkley create? Give us the elevator pitch of the goth girl that's coming out soon. If somebody walks up to Brett Barkley's comic that he's creating based upon this is mark for where we are now. This is the documentary style of how the painful journey to actually get through
Mm-hmm.
pain to draw, to relearn how to draw this artwork. Yeah. If somebody comes up to your convention table as a comic artist, what do you tell them?
Oh, it's a good question.
What are you going to sell me?
Right, the cell. I never think about it from that. I only think about it from the producing art. The the Goth Girl is a book that Mark Polton created and owns. I really didn't have anything to do with it. I just saw it. He had posted pictures on Twitter, and I said I found it interesting, and I thought I could do something. Well, I'll just give you a little bit of how I work in a lot of cases and how I connect with people. I'd seen some of the covers he'd produced. I thought those are interesting. I'm not a person who has ever been interested in goth girls or anything like that. I'm just, I'm a normal guy. I don't have a fetish, I guess, for goth women, but I found the art to be really really interesting, and I thought I could probably do a cover as well as anything that he has, and so I worked up a cover and I asked him, "Would you be interested in it?" And at first he was, "I've got more than enough covers." And then I showed him the art, and he said, "Okay, well, I might be interested in that." And so it became the cover of the art of Goth Girl.
Tell you what, I've just got to interject there, Brett, and our inner Brian Clough is, shall I say, pulling on the chain links, and we would say to you, sir, isn't it interesting how editorial people in the ladder of things say, well, that looks interesting. What Azrael would say in that situation would be this: is, here's an artist as a stoic male that can connect with feminine energy, and we're saying this in the purest way,
Hmm?
that is a celebration of a woman's soul manifested through her body.
Hmm.
You hear us now?
I absolutely
And positive praise. If that was the cover, quote unquote, to your own comic, we would say your name would be given the deserved praise and elevation, based upon your current journey.
thank you, thank you. No, that's very kind of you. Again, very kind. I don't know if I deserve all this praise, but that's very very kind of you.
You don't have to say it. We'll do it for you, Brett. We'll do team ups in the future. You've already got an open invitation to come back to the show when you're doing your own comic, whatever you're doing. You can come back to us, and hopefully by then we'll have breached the firewall that separates us from our drawing board.
There you go. I hope to hear that. You and I will connect on Twitter before then, and I will be looking for some work.
I'll tell you what, Brett's art. Tell us about this because it's so feminine. There is a tradition in Britain of cheeky postcard humour. We wouldn't call it. They're actually bawdy traditions in Britain go back to Shakespeare's time, where you can imagine how bawdy it is, where Puritan ideas of male and female bodies is people just laugh and enjoy the human form and have joy in life rather than having such a pure concept. Well, obviously, there's a purity to a relationship where you respect one another, soul, and how that is expressed through the body and how you celebrate each other at certain times, through a loving cuddle. Let's call it that, shall we? Yeah. And tell us about your thinking in terms of your approach to this. We say it's even purer than the British. Uh, we wouldn't say saucy. We'd say this is a kind of pure form of celebrating a lady's figure. To me, it is sensual, but there's almost something quite innocent about it. Can you tell us what your thinking was when you did Goth Girl, please?
I really appreciate this question. This is because I never think anyone would detect the things that I'm thinking when I'm trying to put these pieces together. Initially, I would have is my
Hello, genuine. Hello, Dave of Genuine Comics. We have talked about this. Brett is on Genuine. Dave, welcome, Dave, from Genuine Comics, who does the best, most Parisian indie comics. Anybody says indie comics can't do superheroes, tell you what, go and look at Dave Brink of Genuine Comics work. He is a machine, but not in a soulless paint by numbers creation by committee way. It's a kind of that 7-year-old we're talking about kind of way. It's the closest thing you're going to get to Judge Prez, God bless his soul, yeah, out there from the big two or indie comics. It is as son. We do say of Heroic Tales by Johns Lombox and Renzo Rodriguez, his art is like the sun on the patriarch superhero. It is absolutely beautiful. And there is a panel or page where patriarch is celebrating the love with his wife, in a pure way, you know what I mean? As adults do. We kind of speak in tongue, folks, as we're universally rated, yeah? but we can be creative, with our painting of what we're trying to say. Yeah. And yeah, Brett's got on an iPad, and the volume might have its glass ceiling, Dave. Brett's aware of it, and we tried to work a little bit, fix it in the kind of green room chat before we started and that. So yeah, we hear what you're saying, because obviously if you've got low audio, then people are watching, they might get frustrated, but I can hear you. I've got my iMac volume on max, so I can hear you okay. Could be a bit high, but if you can sort it, no problem. If you can't, no problem. Yeah, it's so yes, we appreciate what you're saying, Dave. But sometimes you get a situation, as the Scotchman said, it is what it is, and we're just enjoying the intimate chat with Brett, who's come. By the way, just in case you didn't know, tell you what, I'm going to say this. I like to type to connect with the chat. I'm going to say welcome, Dave of Genuine Comics. That's what the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to put your comic up there. I'm going to put the hello up there. Dave, welcome, Dave of Genuine Comics. Then you have to click on it to put it up. We're still new to this. So there you go, Genuine Comics. We call it Parisian indie. We're just doing it with multitasking. Parisian indie comics. High praise. Yeah. I mean,
Dave, I follow you on Twitter, and I do apologize for the volume. I'll try to speak up if that helps.
Oh, please, Brett, that would help a lot. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize, but you're all right, Olson. You're all right. Don't we have? And we've people have actually pulled up us up on it. On our sound, it sounds like not kind of pro pod kind of quality. We do have this. This is a Samson, not like the TV company. It's spelled Samson, and it is it is the beginner's podcaster's recommendation. It's about £70. That'd probably be in dollars, maybe $85-90. Yeah, and it is if you want it after, we can link it to you in your DMs anyway. It is, but it looks mirrored in that window. Q2U recording and podcasting pack. Yeah, and you get the Q2U Samson, Samson, and it's basically sits down here, and that's what we're planning to do. But we're wrestling with, full enough, that's what it looks like as a setup.
Got it.
Yeah, and it just gives you more of that. Hello, it's Smooth Radio with Midnight Love kind of voice, It's that kind of pro sound. And tell you what, it sounds great once you get it working. Normally, Apple are very good at things working out the box, but you actually, for a stream, you have to go in and select it specifically to get the sound. So we're going to practice a few times more on our own, and we'll get that deeper sound. And that's just another thing as part of our professional growth for doing this for a living. Yeah. So don't worry about the sound. That's something you can work on. Today, we're loving, in fact, the deep. It sounds intimate. So if somebody puts the volume up on 10, they'll hear you. It's fine. So this one here. So wait a minute here. There's Genuine Comics. It's a miracle that technology works most of the time. It's like true magic. You know what, Dave? We hear you. And thanks very much, Dave. You're a busy guy with your superhero comics. Dave, we love it when you turn up. Do you know why? Because we're going to type this. It's coming, Brett. Because you ask the best questions. He does it with all the guests. When he comes in, he asks the most incisive questions. Are you bracing yourself, Brett?
I will try.
You will try.
I apologize. I have a Blue Yeti mic, but for some reason, whenever I connect it to the iPad, I can't hear anything. So
same here. That's the issue we had. So we're working on the same problem. You and I are really spiritually connected. We've got all the same things going on in our life, that from that healing thing right through to the art battle, to the kind of therapy of the mind healing, to actually get to the drawing board and feel comfortable with yourself and all the hang-ups we have as artists. Yeah. So here we go. So yes, the Blue Yeti, if you can get it working, and maybe if you get the Blue Yeti working, we'll get the Samsung working. We should have been using this for the last 24 episodes. So that shows you we're technophobe ourselves. We're doing this, but it's StreamYard doing the Star Trek heavy lifting with the space technology that we're using. So Genuine Comics, I love the infinite pinup you did, Brett.
Thank you very much, Dave. I really appreciate that. Uh, keep looking. I'm going to try to have more stuff. I'm busy with other work. I'll try to keep new stuff coming. Thank you. That's very kind.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, let's move on then. So we've got this kind of pure uh sensual artwork here, and it's just so, look at the texturing in the background. It's black, but it's not a flat black, like a clip studio paint. We don't say the PS guys who are busy farming people's artwork for AI. We actually will give a shout out to Clip Studio. We've been with them a while, and we like the cut of their jib. And what we here, you've got this kind of mottled black background, and like almost like velvet noir. How about that for a term? Velvet noir. And you've got the lovely green Malin streak in her hair, yeah. And
Mm.
then you've got obviously the dark hair, and Azrael does like dark hair, just saying. But above all, we are very much a soul person. If someone's got a beautiful soul and they have grace, gentleness, and generosity, and a giving heart, that's more important. Somebody could look like anything, you know. But if they've got those inner graces and virtue and beauty, then the outside is just like the cherry on top of the cake. It's not the cake, you know what I'm saying.
I
And we
agree.
love this red kind of emblematic, almost like wings. What we're not quite sure what the, it's almost like angel wings, almost like they would be pinned to the back of her, to her back. And lovely the way you've got, clothes are hard, they are, anybody, remember doing our A level back in the day, and the art teacher said to us, because we got a grade C and we were incandescent with pride, burning eyes. Azrael was angel that day, wielding fire sword, coming from the clouds of hubris. And we were saying, how come we said, can you show us an A? That was like to the art teacher, come on, buddy, bring it out. We want to see the A. But we were earnest enough to think, why didn't we get the A,
Mm.
right? The grade A, yeah. And he brought the stuff out and he said, do you notice Azrael, young Azrael, with swagger and the swimmer's build and Tarzan long hair? Back when we had lots of hair, we looked like Tarzan. Yeah, and we've got that picture around somewhere. Maybe we'll have to share it sometime.
Absolutely.
It'd be funny, And hey, you can't help nature, yeah. But we still got hair, but it's more like Velcros or crew cut, yeah. But he said to us, Azrael, you see all these wrinkles here in the clothes, because it was still life, and the blankets were with the apple and the kind of the pit lamp and the wicker chair, whatever it was, yeah, like a typical still life setup. He said, you know those wrinkles in the clothes? And he said, yes, yeah. What about them? Easy. He says, you didn't include them in yours. Thus, listen if we have ears.
I
Just saying. Oh man, but we remember that art teacher like no other. He was like Master Yoda to us. But when we thought we want that A and we didn't get it, we were, well, pride. So anyway, we do like the way you've done the fishnet stockings here as well. That, you wear those, it looks sensuous, and you've got the guns. So there's a softness. Many people would draw that in a quintessentially pneumatic way, like almost Robo Babe kind of perfection. And what we've got here is a vulnerable feminine treatment of her. It's a woman, isn't it? So it's going to be soft rather than, why would it be a hard Sarah Connor style, almost like you've worked out that much, you've taken away what made you a woman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense because capturing my mindset when I was developing this piece. I wanted to play with slightly different body types.
Ah,
And I wanted to do some juxtaposition of the harsh horizontal the lines from the wrinkles, and with her soft lines. I wanted to try with for a certain kind of vulnerability that would be juxtaposed again with the guns and with this strong yet vulnerable look over the shoulder. Again, when I saw the character, I saw it on Twitter, and I just thought, let me just submit to the writer and see if he'd be interested in using a piece that I had done just on a whim, and thankfully he did. But those were the things through my mind, I you can see all kinds of tough girls, the women
Tough
who
girls.
yes, the women who wield the swords and the women who are very muscular and strong. But I wanted a little bit of femininity. I wanted a lot of femininity with beauty and strength. Doesn't have to mean that she's harsh and
Shutting people out. You can
yes.
almost let me in. That
There you go.
character says, "Let me in."
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. It's so impressive. I don't even show my kids the art that I do most of the time, or my wife. I just produce and just keep moving on to the next thing. But it's really interesting to hear someone else think about exactly what I was thinking when I was developing the piece. So,
Here we go. This is what Dave of Genuine Comics thinks. I think I noticed that you like symmetry and balance in the pin-up cover compositions, Brett. What is your approach when doing a layout?
great
Tell you
question.
what, Dave, great comment. Dave does great comments in the chat. It's probably one of the best chatters we have for that.
I really appreciate the question. I want a symmetry is I kind of look at symmetry as something I want to stay away from as a how do I say this? I want a certain kind of skewed symmetry, if that makes sense. You'll have a general triangle here, a triangle composition with her figure, with the way the guns point out and the way the cloak or the trench coat flares. So I love triangular compositions, but I want to kind of skew that then with the large design. The red design is the tattoo that you can barely make out on her lower back.
Got yeah, that we can see it now on the lower small of the back. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's the
Cool.
tattoo. When
Motif.
yes, when Mark, who's this is his character, when he had announced that he said it was like he wanted it to feel like the retail chain Hot Topic, and so what I did, I went on eBay and I looked up vintage Hot Topic bumper stickers. And I found a bumper sticker and it was black, but someone had fingerprinted, uh, just by handling it, had the paint or the had come off it. So I thought that says Hot Topic to me. The red, the white sort of layer below that, and then the fingerprints on the black. So it's not true black. It's what velvet noir. Is that what you would say?
I think we've got a term for you. You own it. Use it. You don't have to give me credit. What Brett does is velvet noir art. Your term,
I
free of
love it.
charge.
Well, so in terms of a general thing for any artist out there, I try to on my YouTube you could probably watch and see this, but I will lay in things with I work digitally in Photoshop first and then in Clip Studio to ink, and I would make I have a very large kind of goofy, sloppy brush that I would use to just lay in a form. I've seen Mark Silvestri do something similar with pencil, and where it's geometric shapes where the characters are going to be arranged. And then when I can see that, I can pretty easily pencil something from that layout, because the thing that takes me longest is the composition, trying to find a composition that says
The
what I want.
underwork that really speaks to your
Right,
true influences, yeah, that
right.
people will not see. The
Exactly.
underdrawing.
Exactly. That takes me the longest amount of time. I put the most thought into it's not the technical drawing, it's not the fishnet, it's not the rendering, it's not any of that. It is the amount of time, and sometimes I do an embarrassing amount of revisions. Like I can do 15 different iterations of something to get it just the way I want it.
Just like you do in your YouTube channel, with that sense of it being an organic, iterative process, yeah?
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
just while before we go back to you, Brett, anybody who's in the chat tonight, Genuine Comics Dave, if you're not already a follower or subber, doesn't cost anything. It's free to do. If you can go and just sub Brett, get him out the 30s, he's currently about 33 or 36, 34. If you could just give him what we've got in the chat tonight, we've got Genuine Comics. He might already be a follower. Sounds like he's a fan of yours. just give him a follow on YouTube. RJ, if you can go and follow him. And all it takes is a second. You can come back to a chat and give us some more Brett love.
Thank
So
you.
yes, I tell you what, I want to put some more. We like the way you kind of explain that process. Have you got? Do you want to add a bit more to it, please?
Mm,
You're about done.
again, you captured exactly what I wanted. I wanted a sense of vulnerability, a sense of a large sense of femininity, which I feel is missing. And I wanted to say something else. The because you had mentioned the Easter paintings. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, sir.
Good man.
The the Easter paintings that I had done of the Christ resurrected, I don't find personally I don't find there to be a problem. Now, some people may, because I mean, obviously, this is a cheeky bit of art with fishnets, and this is a sexy woman, but not hopefully overly sexual. I didn't want to do that, but I didn't approach this piece in any way thinking of it as overly sexual. That wasn't what I was going for. There is something that I really like about this woman, this character, the femininity, the softness, but the strength. That speaks to me about that speaks woman to me. So I wanted to touch on that. It's I didn't find any personal problem. Uh, I just wanted to
Yeah,
enjoy
you
it.
you bad boy. Who is that? Who's that? Jimmy, I think our Hanslet putting that comment. RJ, you old dog. You behave yourself. Behave yourself, sir. Another thing here, actually, Dave of Genuine Comics says, appreciate that you took the effort of actually drawing the fishnet instead of having it be just diagonal lines all over. It actually looks like the fishnet is has a kind of natural tension over the thighs of the lady. And look at the way it curves over the gluteus maximus, if we're going to do gym talk.
Sure.
And there's a sense of it having a natural tension. It's just not this and this. You've thought about the curvature of the female form, you know?
Well, one thing I would say to any artist is understand where most people's eyes are going to go for that piece, and understand, therefore, that you can't cut corners on the little things. It
It's
cannot
an
be.
anchor point. If that doesn't convince, then it's not feminine and it's not a celebration anymore of the female form. It's at that point it becomes exploitative. But the way you've done it, it's a sensuous celebration of the female form, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Literally exactly what I was going for. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it if it were going to be exploitative. I'm not really interested in that. So, uh,
Got a question for you, Brett.
this character is Mark Polton's goth. Oh my gosh, goth, gun goth.
Have you got a copy there so we can put you on the big screen and show it? Have you got actually a preview, a copy, or anything there, or it's just
I nothing yet. I'm going
nothing
to
yet?
the Kickstarter launches on Friday the 13th. The
Friday
13th.
the 13th. Hopefully, it'll be lucky for you rather than unlucky.
Well, I don't. I'm not going to be. Hopefully, people like my work enough to come find me. But this is his entire book. My cover. This cover will be the. It's the cover for the art of Gun Goth. So it'll be an adjacent book that you can buy on the Kickstarter that would feature various arts artists. I think my piece will be in black and white in that as well. So
Well, we're coming to it. We're actually coming to the point where we're just going to go through the artwork and just go. This is what this is. This
I
we've got it
apologize
all in
if
for
I've
you,
taken
brother.
too much time.
No, 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 not at all. You have taken a long time to get here, and if we can't give you two, three, if it take, I tell you what, AC Pritchard yesterday, we you get to put with us. It was something we had in green room chat. Actually, we don't talk about people what we talk about in the green room chat, but our job is to say nothing. And what we want from you is a kind of layered tapestry that you reveal layer by layer of your journey, the who,
Hmm.
what, and why. So generally, we stay quite quiet, and we want more of you and less of us. 10%, what 5% us, 95% you. Yeah. So it's beautiful, and everything you said so far has been profound. Sometimes I'm thinking, actually, Brett's the host tonight because we're thinking we're actually just watching the chat and enjoying this wisdom. And it's nice to receive wisdom and to connect to it. So
You're very kind.
we can go and help somebody else with healing by thinking maybe you need to listen to that person some more, and maybe not go overboard with, because you can sometimes come across as forceful, and sometimes people just want gentle listening. Less of you, more of them, like we're doing now. Yeah. So for wisdom in your in how you're appearing on the show, we say, and please, we'll do more talking with you, sir. So as the character, I think about the curvature of the female form all the time. I just can't draw it. Well, it's a curse, isn't it? And a blessing of being a guy. We have to say, gentleman. Yes, we try and restrain our tidal wave of passion. And that's what it is, isn't it? You want to help ladies in your life so much, but you have to be stoic enough to realize, back off a bit. She needs her own feminine aura, and she'll
Right.
come to you little, often, that's big now and again, and it depends on the lady and where she's coming from in life.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to just hold your frame basically and be patient. So here we
Absolutely.
go. Oh, Dave, you behave yourself. So yes, great stuff on the questions tonight, Dave. Appreciate it. Right, let's,
Thank you, Dave.
let's move along. Great stuff. We like it. Right then, Brett's art. This is a white background which brings a different luster to it. Tell us about the inversion of the tone.
Oh, this is really simple. I had just I'd given Mark because again, he had every cover he needed and I was coming late to the game. I just saw the character. I thought I could bring something maybe a little more I thought I could bring something uniquely mine to this character and I gave him several options. I did all of this cover, the previous cover, the black one, and then I did all of those without even talking to Mark and then just said, hey, I did this. You can use it if you like, and I just tried for a white variant of it. He chose the black one with the velvet noir. So yeah,
Good
this is.
choice, Velvet Noir.
You think the the velvet noir cover is the better cover?
Do you know, if this was your character and your book, Dave John's Lombox actually did this for Heroic Tales too. He's gone for a flip approach because it's an anthology. There's two stories in it.
Okay.
Yes. So he's got Mary Sue, his new character. So she's on one cover and the patriarch
Mm-hmm.
is on the other cover. So we would say go black, white, flip, flip.
Mm,
So you get two covers. That's we're doing it. We're thinking you've got a character like this in your locker. Let's say it's your wife, but you'll never publicly admit it's your wife. It's just, but because you've used her as your source of inspiration, this is another idea we're giving you. Not edict, but
mm-hmm.
seed growing. Yeah. So you're making your wife into a character, just like Big Barda was Jack Kirby's wife,
Uh-huh.
Roz, mixed in with a movie influence probably of the time because he was a big cinema buff. Yeah.
Right.
So you had the best character since Wonder Woman as a powerful, elegant woman was his actually his wife, and it probably an elegant uh, movie actress at the time, because he was a creature of black and white storytelling, which is the ultimate timeless art. We talked about Marvel UK Comics, James
Yep.
Cagney, Bogart, Casablanca. Let's go for them. Angels with Dirty Faces with Cagney. Another one, The Maltese Falcon. We've got Sidney Greenstreet as the ultimate nemesis, and you've got you've got Bogart as the Granite, and then you've got the female character in that who's Marble. So you've got
Mm-hmm.
Marble and Granite. So we can say here that tonality, velvet noir, you might have something like white crush white,
Mm,
and develop your
I like it.
style through marketing message. Azrael's got his own thoughts on what his might be one day, but for today, Azrael gives you this day
I crush
and
white.
celebrates everybody on our journey. We've actually just gone past 2,800 followers. We've come a long way since 2.5 years ago when we just had 42 followers. And AC Pritchard would say, we just like the way you connected on a personal level. It takes it the growth is slower, but it's more absolute because you remember the people from the early days. And as long as Elon Musk's Twitter feed dump doesn't,
Mm-hmm.
we have to actually death scroll to get to our old followers from the beginning. So, but we are very loyal to the people who were with us since the beginning. As we say, the longer the knowing, the deeper the cut. So, white crush. So we call this crushed white. Yeah.
Crushed white. I like it. I like it. One other thing. Again, you look at things in the way I tend to look at things in so many cases. I don't look at having followers. I want friends. I would really like to have people that I can connect with, that I can get to know, that I can help out or work with at some point. That would be nice. But I really like meeting and knowing and connecting with other people. I'm not. I maybe need to get a better business sense about things, but for me, just like it seems like for you, I love the idea of connecting with human beings out there. I don't look at it as like I have a follower account. I want friends. That's what I'm interested in.
8 billion people on the planet, Brett. They're not diverse. There are 8 billion unique human souls who just want to have a life journey and connect with, perhaps in terms of a partner, a lover, a wife,
Yep.
a celebration of souls entwined on that spiritual journey through life, and also good friends,
Yes.
a community. Take John Long, who came on a few weeks ago, and boy, he brought an army with him. It was him. Look, granddad, he brought the fountain of eternal youth with him. He doesn't look like a granddad. We said, seriously? No way, he's a granddad. And it's his first time as well. We did a bit green tube with him, a bit of green time with him, and just got him to relax and that. And we said, don't worry, we're going to look after you. You know, to begin with, we'll do a bit of heavy lifting with the talk, just to help you relax into it, and you chip in, and then we'll shut up, and then it's all you. And when he took off, you can see it, the visible confidence. He just bloomed. And his comic, if we mention created by name, we also do the shout out for them automatically, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we try and give everybody their time. How big that slice of Azrael coffee cake is, who knows? But we try and give a little bit of Azrael's coffee cake to them. By the way, anybody who likes coffee cake in the chat tonight, come on, let's have some shout outs for the coffee cake. We'll put those comments up. Come on, we're not the only weirdo. What did our dentist say to us when we went in for tooth cleaning? Azrael, because you've been poorly, so we manifested. We didn't say, hope you're feeling better, because that's too standard. So we said, well, hello there. How are you this, I don't know, it's this sunshiny day worthy of gods themselves? And of course, she said, you know, you're weird, but we like it. It's coming from a nice place. And we said, well, obviously, you forgot strange and all those other words that we are. So, you know, it's about, you know, everybody's got their own voice, and it's just, you know, we may not have our Tarzan hair anymore, but we like to think we're humbly mighty in lion spirit, you know,
I
and
like
try
it.
to connect with people and just give a bit of sunshine, you know, from the grace of guiding star, of course. So then, right then, so for you, it's about connecting personally, just like us.
Absolutely. It's one of the things I actually want to get enough art followers so I can set up a Twitter like weekly art kind of like fun challenge. Like this week we draw this character and maybe someone wins and we vote on it and someone wins. That's what I want. I want a thing where fellow artists can get together and talk and well, that's what I'm looking for. So,
So it's that human being connection, people of like minds. And the thing is, we don't have to overlap perfectly. If somebody doesn't like Queen, and we're connected to them, you know, if we had a wife and she didn't like Queen, I go, that's fine. You don't have to listen to it. I'll put my headphones on while I'm doing my art. It's that little bit of, you know, Master Yoda.
right.
It's like this, like this. Much to learn, we still have. So
Correct. Absolutely.
if you're 29 and they're 21, give a little bit, see where they're coming from. You may be a little bit further ahead, but in other ways, your wife might be able to teach you things, humility as well, as you indicated. Yeah, so it's a two-way dance of growth. Yeah, tell us about this one, please. This is pure line art, and we think this. What you call this? Tell us, Brett. Brett, challenge for you. Do you accept it? You don't know what it is yet, Azrael. Steady
I
now.
don't know what it is, but I accept. Go.
Right, here we go. What term we've had? Crushed noir, velvet crushed noir. We've had velvet noir, and we've had crushed white.
Crushed
What's
what?
this one going to be, Brett? 2 words, go.
Ooh, 2 words.
Steady.
Hmm.
Come on, Dave, in the chat. Two words for this one,
Let's see.
son. We want some
Cheesecake.
marketing for our beloved Brett.
Hush white. Um, hmm. Cheesecake noir. I don't know. I'm not.
Cheesecake noir, brilliant. So you're
It already is
alluding.
noir. I can't do that.
These, oh, this is beautiful. Wait a minute. We do have a, just for people coming in late to the stream, in Britain, we do have a bawdy tradition when it comes to actually matters of intimacy. We'll call it that, yeah.
Okay.
And in the 70s and that, you used to have what, when you go to places in Britain, seaside kind of places, you've got all the, back when there was snail mail and postcards, having a lovely time on holiday. Love you, mum, all that business. Yeah, well,
Hmm.
actually, if you were with your mum, then it'd be writing to Auntie so and so, who's probably jealous that you're on or envious that you're on a holiday and she's not, you know. But
Right.
here we've got that sensuous, saucy seaside kind of cheesecake tradition. There is a cheesecake tradition, and it is very alive in indie comics. They call it, was it NSR, whatever it is, but it's very overtly call it like sexualized, even though we don't go near politics, sex, religion in the show. But
Right.
what you're alluding to here was, what did you say again? Cheesecake noir.
Cheesecake
That's what
noir.
it is. This is Sin City cheesecake noir. Cheesecake noir. And I tell you what, we don't even think Frank Miller would be able to do that. How's that for a compliment for your brother?
That's so high praise. That's Frank Miller's Frank Miller's someone I aspire to. But yeah, there you go. I'll accept the
Three
compliment.
marketing terms. And when you go into battle, playing your 80s music, Heart with big hair, and your block vocals, and you know what, Nancy on the guitar, yeah.
Mm,
What we're doing is we're doing three styles, yeah, and those are your specialities. Doesn't mean you can't do other styles, yeah. Well, we'll get to them in a minute, yeah, because you're quite a diverse artist in terms of your versatility. But let's say they're your staples: Velvet Noir,
Velvet Noir.
crushed crushed
Crushed
white
white.
noir. So you got basically crushed white, yeah,
Right.
white, crushed noir, crushed crushed white, and then you've got cheesecake
Cheesecake
noir.
noir. There we go.
Perfection. That's the Trinity. That's the ABC of you and me. Let's move on. We like this one. Tell us.
Okay. So this was a lot of the things that I do. A lot of the things that I post on Twitter are they're not work. They're not. I do a lot of illustration work, but which I don't post. But this is a piece that I'd seen as an art contest, and it was for uh, oh gosh, what is why did I suddenly forget this? There was a uh, how did I forget what the name of this piece is? This is for a pilot that was done years ago from one of the artists that's creative, Jamie from the Gorillas. Help me out here,
Yeah,
Azrael. Um,
go on.
it it was for a pilot they had done, and they were doing like
That's right.
an art contest to collect to basically celebrate the works of this piece. And this was how do I do so much art. I It's easy for me to forget these things, so I do apologize. Let's see. Point. I'm not going to remember it right now.
Hey, we got those mental blocks. That's I tell you, we get mental blocks all the time when it comes to thinking of something. Then we had Heather Veely on the show. What was the phrase we were trying to reaching for, groping for in our mind? Was something like suspension of disbelief. And we are thinking about this for about 10 seconds. And she said, because we're saying indie comics can do. Then we kind of about 5 years later we said suspension of disbelief. But in the middle of that gaping chasm, Heather just nicked in with a little gentle smile and said, "Indie comics can be fun." She just completely nailed us.
It's called Foo Action, and it was a pilot that was put out, gosh, in the early 2000s. And
Really?
this, yes, in the UK, you might have seen it. You can see it on it was BBC Three, if that helps you.
Oh, that's going back some, yeah.
Yeah, 2008, 2008. So
But
this
it looks so contemporary.
this is for a the art piece I had done was for the art book celebrating that pilot, and it's being released. I don't know if I won. I don't even know if I placed. I usually just put the art out And if someone contacts me later and say it's not so much about the winning as it is about the joy of trying something new, if that makes sense.
The
So
joy. Well, it's almost like joie de vivre, isn't it? It's that celebration of the moment and being
absolutely.
open-minded enough to try something new. And even though that's painful sometimes, if you come from a place of pain, try and open yourself up to that loving energy. Yeah. Instead just being like this, if you don't let people in, how can they help you? How
Right.
can they help you heal? If it's a process of, would you say it's a process almost of learning to love again?
Yes. Yes. Or learning to understand. uh, I don't think it's natural. I don't think it's natural in so many ways to. Again, I don't think our culture teaches us to love. It teaches us that we can get it. It doesn't necessarily teach us how to love. So, in that same regard, um, we need to learn to discover that joy, and not taint it with the perfectionism, the idea of perfectionism, but just the joy of creating, the joy of discovering, the joy of learning something new. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I would encourage. This piece, yeah, Jamie Hewlett and no, Matthew Wakeham had put this book together to kind of commemorate the Foo Action pilot, which again you can watch on YouTube. It's really quirky, really strange. So I went with sort of an underground art style on this, and wanted to try something completely different than the gun goth piece.
What
So
would you describe this as? Underground manga?
yes, it really would be an underground manga. Look at you. You've got a gift. You've got a gift. Uh,
For you, brother, anything.
you're too kind. So I wanted to do something with weirdly contrasting colors, trying something that was still
Yeah.
hopefully sensual but underground for the character Whitey. I can't remember what her name is, but the girl with the short shorts and the kind of, I don't know, punk styling. I don't know. I just wanted something underground manga.
It's almost like Hazel O'Connor from that, is it 79, 80 movie, Breaking Glass. If you've never seen it,
I have
we
not.
recommend putting into, and yes, you, Dave, and RJ in the chat, RJ particularly. It's a movie about a manager for a pop singer, a punk pop singer. Basically, he's trying to break away from her away from one manager to actually get her a better deal, but he signs a deal with the devil, so he compromises the purity of what he's trying to do for her, and so she feels the repercussions of him trying his best, but a noble character with flaws, aren't we all?
Mm.
And basically, she sings the song of the movie as well, so she's actually a pop singer, but she's acting in the movie as well, and we would call that. Um, a kind of punk noir movie. So Breaking Glass, it's called,
Breaking Glass.
and the song is absolutely brilliant. One that John's Longbox hadn't heard before, and we taught him something new about punk that because he's quite a punk fan. But yeah, Breaking Glass, Hazel O'Connor. It's
Fantastic.
good movie, great song. So then, this is actually quite a bit ago. Really, we think that the early noughties were just yesterday, but they're not. That's almost 2 decades ago now. Yeah.
No, that's very old. I just did this piece recently, but it's the Foo Action piece or the pilot that ran on the BBC Three that came out in 2008. Yeah, so the art is from very recent, but and all of that I created because I'm really crazy about the when you had mentioned Clip Studio. I don't use any of the Clip Studio brushes. I create all of mine.
You
They're
create all your own custom, so you customize your own brushes.
right. Yes, I'm very so that Zipatone pattern is one
We're
that I
just about to say that Zipperton pattern, is that yours? That
that's
Zipperton
me.
pattern in the back,
Yes, I created all of that. That's
and you've
and
used it around the red character's head on the kind of looks like a basketball with a grin,
a
and
basketball with a face. Yes, yes. It's Jamie Hewlett. He's
an influence.
wildly creative. So
That's
yeah, that's
beautiful.
thank you. That's all me. I don't like one of the things that I do find is you can often tell a digital artist because if they're using the standard brushes in Clip Studio, they all have a similar look, like a similar robust kind of line that I don't mind. I just want mine to look a little closer to something that I put on paper. So that's what I strive for.
Yes, and achieved, mission accomplished.
Thank you, sir.
And funny enough, speaking of a devil, Brett's art.
Another version, just another foo action piece that I wanted to put in. This is a little different. This is a little less alternative, a little closer to how I would normally draw, but hopefully fun still. I don't know.
High speed, but you know you're in safe hands.
There we go. There we go.
Tell us about this one. We love the almost hexagonal follow the yellow brick road. And is this a variation on that inspirational classic, Wizard of Oz?
It is. In fact, this is for Eric Weathers does a book that I would recommend to anyone called Battle Brick Road, and I love it. It's a military sci-fi take on Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I love it. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. And this was for an art contest, and I can't remember where I placed, third or second or something like that. But I just wanted to take I wanted to play in that world. Truthfully, the idea of a military sci-fi Wizard of Oz is really unique, and when you read the book, you it actually works. So
Hmm.
I worked up these characters, and it got included in a poster book. So he published this at 11 by 17, and
Wow.
I've never seen my I've never seen my collars that large, and it looked great. This isn't me bragging. It actually kind of like surprised me when I
So
opened
it's
it up.
almost like cinematic big. You know,
Yes,
what we see with the Marvel UK comics being
exactly.
A4 as opposed to B4.
Right,
So instead of it being American size art book, you've actually got something that's about A3, actual Bristol board size, 11 by 17. And
right.
then you see your colours almost stretched out. And there's a beautiful, almost like impressionistic kind of stretch to them.
Yes. It's really it was fantastic. I had never seen my collared finished work at that size. So I really was really surprised by it. I like it. So yeah, I finished second or third in that art contest, but
Well,
he published it. So
kudos, well done. But that's kudos and well done to you, sir. A second, third, that's testimony to your ability, yeah, and your journey, yeah. Okay.
thank you.
Now, just another idea, just saying, 11 by 17, Brett Barkley art book of these. You've already got the prototype for the rest of your art book. If you say, right, standard edition, A4, or American comic size.
Hmm.
The mega deluxe version,
Yeah,
just saying.
I love it. I love it. I don't ever think about that. I don't think about it in terms of sales and marketing, but I really love how your mind works, Azrael. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
In all modesty, we could replay this, and we tend for all our chats to be examination of an expert, yeah, and that we can share the vision for ideas, yeah, to actually say, right, what's the good stuff that Brett's doing that we can learn from, basically.
Well, thank you. I hope I can share something. This was for another art contest for Shane Davis's book, and my goodness, I won't remember the name of this one. I'm very sorry. I'd won one of his art contests for Inglorious Rex, and then there's this one, which is another book, and I don't know if I placed in this or not. Again, I don't typically. I don't. I'm my social media. I'm really sporadic. I have a strange schedule, and I have a lot of kids, so they keep me really busy. And if someone doesn't contact me and tell me I won, then most of the time I won't even see that. So I'm trying to do better. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of how do I sacrifice the actual real moment that I'm having with family to try to retweet or so I have to do that at odd times. I'm trying to work on that. That's something that I want to do better on. But
Scheduling, that's something we've had to grapple with, to be fair.
yes, yes. it's
Getting to sleep and thinking you've done enough today, son. Go and get some sleep, and
mhm,
tomorrow will be a bright new day. You know, got on with the wind ending. Tomorrow's another day. Tara,
yeah. Well,
Scott.
you can't build Rome in a day, I guess. And so you understand this as a person who's been doing this day in day out tirelessly and consistently, because
Thank
I
you.
do see you when I scroll through through my my Twitter feed, and you're doing the videos. So that's a lot. That is a lot.
Thank you,
And
sir.
but yeah, this piece, I had, I don't know. One of the things, do you do any coloring for your work?
Yes.
Okay. I tend to think of things thematically before I begin, and I don't necessarily think about it in terms of what would it realistically be colored. I try to think of it in terms of, this is going to sound really strange, often flavors.
Emotional motif, flavors of
Right.
emotion. Yeah, flavors
So
of emotion.
this was a strange kind of candy
Flavors like that.
flavor almost that I was going for, but
Flavors
this
of colouring. That's got a resonance to it. We like that. That's going to percolate in our brain. It's going to swirl around our mind for a good few hours until we get some food. Go on.
so that's how I approach this. Um, I don't know whatever happened with this piece or what he's done with the book or anything. I just, it was something I posted out there, and you know, it's part of the grist mill for the internet, for the social media. You produce so much stuff, and in so many ways you know you're just kind of putting it out into the void, I guess.
The billionaires have got us creating stuff for nothing while they rake the billions.
Yes,
We're the
absolutely.
ones being monetized. And then
Yes.
if we make 7 positive posts on Instagram, they vaporize you because
Yep.
apparently we broke uh,
Terms of
Instagram's
service.
community guidelines because if you
Yeah.
do 7 posts, and we just celebrate people like we did on X, but we've learned to subtly bend the community guidelines to our will because we've been 2.5 years on X. But to be fair to Instagram, they've probably got the guideline says you can't just rack up 7 posts, and if you do it too quickly, they might think maybe you're a bot. But
Yes.
maybe we got too enthusiastic, which we can't help ourselves. We do so much in terms of it's now just like a we speak first language Azrael. Is it third language English and second language sales?
You do it well. You do it well.
God
You do it
bless you.
well.
Love the characters here. We like the. I'm going to use it. We like the flavors of your colors. That's a beautiful way. We in our own business plan we call it color narrative, but we think there's so much love and joy in the way you call it, kind of color flavors or flavors of color. Absolutely brilliant. And there's character here. There's a lovely triangular composition, and then you've got the looming eyes on the horizon, a bright yellow horizon, and that depth cued Gil Kane sense of going in Hitchcock
Mhm.
style into the scene. You're inviting the reader in. You got the blue, then you got the desaturation with a lovely smooth color transition to the yellow sky at the background and burning eyes.
Well, you do know your coloring, so I imagine you do a lot of a lot of coloring on your own then.
Yes, yes, we do a bit now and again. Yes, we do, and we do see it as flavors of color. We see it as color narrative for the overall. What are the characters? He's the Hulk, so he's green and pink. He's green and purple. He's Spider-Man, he's red and blue. Superman's red and blue. There's Wonder Woman, red and blue, and Stars white. Yeah, with the white trim. Here, she's pink. He's probably Prussian or navy blue, and like a kind of golden yellow. Yeah, and then you've got this guy to the side. There's almost a kind of going more towards a kind of like a kind of purplish hue of blue, and then
Mhm.
you've got some like orange to cream colors in the background. Then you've got that kind of like yellow ochre in the horizon. We like, and then you've got the cool, you've got like the Prussian slate blue in the foreground. Then you've got the desaturated kind of cool grays and some warmth though the grays kind of as you kind of go on that spiraling journey to the horizon. Yeah, yeah, we we think you've got the flavors pitch perfect.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that you appreciate it. Oh,
No, no.
this
This one, we're talking the Holy Grail, aren't we? This one's sepia, black, and white. Instead of grey, we've got was it like a kind of sepia warm grey thing going on there? Some subtle work going there, almost with a sponge texture. Get that crushed white coming through there, or crushed sepia in this case.
I wanted the background. This is a character, Yuriko.
Yuriko, yes.
This is for another art contest for an independent creator. Um, he developed this really interesting series of books about a Japanese vampire story, and
Oh yes.
very interesting. So I wanted to do something that was that felt more traditional in terms of the Japanese art form, but contrast that with just leaving her white, pale, vampiric, and then of course the red. So I tried to play with a couple different things. The background texturing was supposed to feel like an old scroll or something of that nature. Um, I like this piece. I came
And you
across
know
it.
the spot red is almost calligraphy, but Japanese calligraphy. You know the brush
Hmm, yes.
calligraphy? That spot red, obviously it's blood trickling down, but it's almost Japanese calligraphic spot red. You've just
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this I could have been more expressive with this. That's one thing that in the same way that I kind of hold myself back with writing, I can keep myself to the real, and bring less expressive expression to the work. I want to do that more. I could have pushed that more on this one, I think, but I like how it turned out. Um, she's got again a little less than the standard super thin, super athletic, uh, uh, tough girl kind of superhero thing, which is again something I wanted to move away from.
we hear you in what you're saying there. You're moving away from the standard cookie cutter
Right.
modern robo babe that we've probably had for probably the last 20 years or so. The kind of Sarah Connor thing's been done to death. But when you look at female bodies closely, as guys tend to do, because we are male and they're female ultimately, you can't help nature basically, but ultimately the most important thing through that is the soul. The rest doesn't matter without the soul. Beautiful soul first, and then the person in your life, they could have blonde hair, pink hair,
Right.
green skin. It doesn't matter. The outside is only a celebration of a beautiful soul. Yeah, cherry on top.
Absolutely.
Now, here we'd be tempted to say to you, building what you're saying, that you've got that different, you're exploring different sensuous celebration female forms. Ladies from around the world have different body types,
Correct.
and that's what you're communicating here. And as for the variation of maybe you could have been more expressive, maybe I don't know, a big kind of traditional Japanese calligraphic art brush going boom, 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 and whatever the name of the character is, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh. What's the name? Sorry. Yuriko,
Yuriko.
that's it, Yuriko. So you do it, you actually go and find out how to say Yuriko in Japanese and
Yeah,
calligraphic, and that becomes the blood on a
I like.
body.
I like.
You can do that. I tell you what, when you do, tweet us, a DM us, say, took your advice, brother. What do you think to this? We'll go wild, Brett. Brett Wild Barkley, the guy in the door.
I like it.
It's beautiful, elegance, finesse itself. Absolutely beautiful, sir. That's what we wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tell us about
So
this Dark Rider.
this is for Aaron. Oh my gosh, why am I? I don't usually talk this much in several days. Just to be clear.
We managed to talk several days worth in one day. That's probably where we run into problems of overgiving.
That's no. So just as long as you're tolerant of my rambling.
Oh, we love rambling on this show. We love it. We are special. Our specialty is rambling.
Well, then I've come to the right place. This is for Aaron Lopresti's. He had done a book called Wraith of God, and
Right.
I
Oh,
just
God.
did a piece.
Oh, heard of that. Yeah, go on.
Yes, and I actually really enjoyed the first. I've ordered them. I'm not sure if I ever received the second or third, but I'm sure I have if you sent them out. But I just wanted to. it was like a when I was a really young boy, I'd found in my grandmother's house, and I don't even remember where it, what the title was, but a book that it was very old at the time, and it told these Western stories that were almost like, it seemed like it would be supernatural. It seemed like the Western character was fighting a werewolf or something, but in the end, it turned out it was, some guy. It was almost like a Scooby Doo episode. I don't know what those books were, but I love the story. So this is kind of that character. I just did some fan art of his piece,
Well,
and I I love I love pushing foreshortening. I love trying to mess with the. Oh gosh, have I talked so long that
no, 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 no. It's we normally have our makeup light on, and we do various colours and that. So we thought, hang a minute, we just want to just be lit in a noir way. Don't you keep going, brother? I tell you,
okay.
if we have to go to the next day, we want to hear your story. You've gone through what we've tried to say to every creator when they come on. You've had your project in the works. Like, was it? Have you seen Arvid's? We got his name wrong. We called him Arvid, and we were so apologetic. He had the grace of eternal grace itself. I said, "Don't worry, we've been called a lot worse. We got one letter wrong." And his name's Arvid, and he's done this cutting edge fantasy called The Band of Crows. You might have seen it.
I've backed that book. Yes.
You buy that book, us too. So there you go. It's another connection we have. And I tell you what, he was. I tell you what, it's very graceful with us. I tell you what, we'll put something softer on. There you go, nice, kind of less harsh, like
There
the.
we go.
And basically, you know what? He, it just we just threw out an invitation, open invitation to him on something like the Friday or the Thursday. 2 days later, we're interviewing him. What a gracious master of ceremonies, and he gives everybody his time, a slice of the Arvid cake, and no wonder he gets so many backers. Because yes, the product's good, but his humility as a creator is also good. That's what we like about him. We've got to get better colour than that. We look like Hammer House of Horror. How are we doing there? Blue with the Pale Rider. That's the one we want.
So I don't know about there are a lot of things you had mentioned earlier that there were a lot of things that you like about manga. I love the extreme foreshortening. I love how it in so many ways it produces a depth that invites the reader in. So that's
Yeah.
what I like to play with as well. Depth.
Go right in there. You've got the foreshortening and the depth and the background. ABC, yeah. One, two, three. Foreground, middle ground, and background, yeah.
Correct.
And the way they do it, they can really. It's Kirby, but now it's that sense of pushing the big hand, the foreshortening,
Yes.
and it takes you into the action. Yeah. If you do this to your face, you're in the action, aren't you? Yeah.
Yes.
All you can see is the big hand, and then you want to see beyond the hand, or in this case, the hoof, and it takes you right in there. I have to say, your foreshortening is accomplished. A lot of artists would avoid this type of camera shot.
Thank you. It's one of the things that I think a lot of the comics that I see, I don't pick up a lot of modern comics, but a lot of the contemporary works I see lack that sort of depth. They don't bring the reader in. I want to really encourage the reader to be part of this scene, of this journey. So that's something that I like to play with and push. And when you said that a lot of artists wouldn't have tried it because I'm not good at it, or maybe not as strong as I want to be, that's when I try it. And that's when I push, and I love pushing myself and trying to do something better. And I
Because that's how we grow, isn't it?
Yes,
Really.
absolutely. The first version of this piece I had done, I had posted it on Twitter, and I had gotten ripped up by someone really disliked it, and I'm not going to get offended by that. Someone could savage a piece. I want to hear what they're saying, where their criticism comes from. So I reworked it, and this is the second version of that piece, which I think is a lot better, um, because I took criticism and was able to come up with something that I liked more than the first one. So we do grow. We do grow through pushing ourselves. We can have the stimulus of someone else criticizing what we do, or reacting really poorly to it, but it's that self motivation that then says, okay, what am I going to do with that? Am I going to get pouty? Am I going to start a flame war on Twitter? or am I going to say, let me make something better that he's going to come back and like more the next time? That's what I'm interested in.
Again, that challenge of taking a piece and pushing it, yeah, Brett style.
There you go. That's what I love doing. Another
Yeah,
art.
black and white, Brett.
Yes, this is for another art contest. I just find art contests. If someone has an art contest or directs me to one, I usually end up just taking part in it just to when I first started coming back from physical therapy and when I first started being able to draw, I'd found a group of artists on a website that had a weekly art challenge, and they would just like do a sketch challenge, scan it, submit it, and we'll vote. And then the next guy chooses for the next week. You didn't really win anything other than bragging rights, but I loved that. And so that's why I'd mentioned earlier about wanting to get enough friends online that I could have sort of a group of other artists that I could each week encourage. Hey, you want to draw Batman, Moon Knight? Do you want to draw Wonder Woman this week? Whatever. And I could have other people doing it. I could maybe give a little of my own feedback and say, hey, push this, try this, don't do this. And I get the same from other people. That's what I'm looking for. So I think that's why when I hear of an art contest, yeah, sign me up. That's what I want to be part of. I want to.
Interesting that you talk about. There is a podcast that the Comics Wellspring boys, Comics Wellspring, very popular independent comics printers, yeah,
Yes.
and they were talking about their own journey in terms of learning how to draw. That the crucible of teaming up with other people on a live podcast and going, go draw, and then people in the chat criticize it, but in a constructive way, yeah, not
Yes.
putting the boot in, but and that crucible of live feedback and actually the pressure to perform creates an order of magnitude set, not in a bad stress way, but in a good stress way of actually improving your art and say, well, maybe you need to do more foreshortening because that would help you get people who are fans of your art get into the story,
Absolutely. Did you? May I ask? Did you? Were you involved in sports growing up, or anything like that?
Well, so we were hopeless at rounders. We got into rugby
Okay.
during our probably our adolescence, I found actually, despite having a wiry build, a swimmer's build, we could actually get stuck in because obviously strength is relative, isn't it? You can be as big as you like, but we'd in the gym often we'd be lifting the same weights because we racked all the machines. It's not a boast. It's just we thought we had a gardener at the gym. He says, Azrael, you're playing at it. You're doing all the. We'll try not to grunt because somebody's going to clip us. But you're trying to do all this strongman stuff and you're making the gym noises. But Master Yoda or Lord Maul will tell us, stop making noises, contain it,
Yeah.
use it in your lift.
Yeah.
And the guy who was the gardener, he could wheelbarrow because he worked. But the guy who could do the wheelbarrow, real world strength, could deadlift better than us.
Yeah.
Real world strength always trumps gym strength,
Right.
yeah, always, yeah. And he said, look, you're about a third up the stack and you're making noises. And yeah, you look like you've been doing it a while because you've got balloon
Yeah.
bodybuilder strength, but not actual real world strength. He said, listen, still doing those reps and grunting on low weights. And he gave us what we needed to hear straight.
Mm-hmm.
He said, tell you what, we're going to do 2 reps and we're going to go up the stack to show you, like you're saying, change the perception of what art and getting to the drawing board is and getting down to focus. Yeah. That get rid of the perfectionism, right? And you've got to do it this way to progress. And say, look, right, you're on 45, boom, boom, 2 reps. Okay. Now do the next weight, boom, boom, 2 reps. And we got up to some like 76, 72 kilograms. He said, now do you see
Yes. Absolutely.
what you're capable of, what you're really capable of?
Absolutely. What I I was I was really involved in sports when I was a kid, and I was supposedly scouted by pro teams for baseball when I was but I ended up having some problems because of fighting. So I um, ended up for a variety of reasons cutting my baseball career short. But what I look at, um, I look at art in the same way that I look at how I function in art in the same way that I would have looked at you can hate the other guy that's better than you, or you can compete and work, grow yourself, and then outplay that guy on the field, if that makes
In
sense.
on your own playing field, on your own
Yes,
terms.
yes, absolutely. So that's one of the things that I love about the idea of trying to start something where I have other artists work with me like on a weekly basis. I take part in a forum on like a Rob Liefeld art forum. I take part in all these things, any sort of art competition that I can find, because again, I come from a sports background, and I'm not in any way hateful to the guys that I'm like competing with on a weekly basis. I want to lift them up too and encourage them and inspire if I can. But it's so important to, again, not be driven by this external competition, not be, or comparison.
An internal competition where you're
Correct.
comparing yourself with
Hmm.
yourself, and so therefore by lifting up other people it reflects back on you. And
Right.
it's almost like bringing the Brian May was on stage once, Queen guitarist, and basically said he got on stage and he played rhythm so Satriani and Steve Vai can all do their space guitar stuff, yeah,
Right.
whether they're into them or not. The point was that Brian May's a person, and when he worked with Freddie Mercury, they kind of lifted one another up so they could soar together,
Right. Absolutely.
great above.
Absolutely. When and so that's exactly how I look at it. If I were to find other art, other friends online, Twitter, wherever, that I could week in, week out, we just kind of get to know each other, draw, do a competition. That's my big goal for Twitter. Um, I think it lifts it kind of forces someone when you get away from that sort of like comparison mindset, when you stop hating the other person, when you can do that, when you stop comparing yourself to the other person, when you stop then saying I have to be perfect, and you're using someone else's standard anyway, but instead say I'm going to bring my own thing, and bring that and compare that and contrast that with someone else. That raises you up. That raises the I love it. I
It,
find
it,
this. Go on. I'm
it's
sorry.
energizing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely,
And that's
absolutely.
where some people, it's like Yoda speaking to Anakin. The bit I didn't say earlier was, I sense much fear in you. So get rid of that and just let go of that. We've had plenty of that. We know what the people who really run things think of us over the last 3 years of the Darkness Wars.
Absolutely.
And to this, and there's people at the bottom who aren't billionaires, and with the nudge, nudge, wink, wink, what we really think of us kind of thing. Okay, you don't like us, we get it. You won't stand behind us on a queue for a train.
Right.
Yeah, we know what it is. But for the abyssal negativity that can consume us if we let it, what we do is, who we got? Tell you what, we have to start. Speaking of uh, guests that have supported us on our journey, this lady, yes, this lady, who we view with the utmost regard, has been with us since the beginning, one of the foundational, what probably some might say, one of the founding five pillars of the five pillars of storytelling, right down to the dates are so close or
Hmm.
very similar for our modern iteration. We've been on X for since about 2012, but we didn't activate. And it's
Yes.
almost maybe, sometimes we have spirit walkers with us who suddenly ignite us and we become what we're meant to be and they walk with us, shoulder to shoulder,
Right.
side by side in battle. So we're going to put that comment up. Hello, just dropping by, says Bianchi Yamakoshi. We, with all due respect, welcome you to the Five Pillars of Storytelling Live, issue 30, with the one and only Brett the Healer Barkley. Yeah.
You're amazing. You're amazing.
And I tell you what, we've actually, do you know who? Hopefully, we don't embarrass you, Bianca Yamakoshi, but it's actually Bianca Gothic Noir. You know where we're going, don't you? Yamakoshi. We saw her uh, just dropping by, so we're glad she's dropping by for a little while. She's a work for hire artist who has a gothic noir art style, yeah, and so very busy. People can be working 10, your hours, you work up to 10 hours a day to try and get the dream. Yeah. We're all in that painful journey. Art, what we think art is, Brett and Bianca, and great for you to pop in. We're going to put your comment up in a minute. Is creativity is pain,
Yes.
suffering. And very few people get that. And if you're well, actually, we've got an actual business guys quote we actually wanted to share because Bianca's a regular of the show and really supports us to the hilt. So we always we featured her work on the show and we've tried to celebrate her on X because if somebody gives to you,
Yes.
give back. And we try to do it. Sometimes we go crazy and give too much, but that's probably a lack of sleep thing. We're very earnest. We get that from Guiding Star. We try to be earnest and noble. It's just who we are. And we try to be gentle and all that, as we've mentioned earlier. But let me just see if I can find that quote from. Here we go. Let's see if it's this one here. So look, no, that's a nice one. This is quite poetic. We just like poetry. What does this one say? May the rain wash the hearts of the creatures from their worries, from their sorrows, from their grief. And we think that says a lot about the drama in the Comics community. You've got people who fight impossible odds to be together.
Mm-hmm.
All the families that we mentioned, all the wives like John Long on that episode. Bianca was in the chat that night. Great charm, lovely sense of humor. And that sort of energy is energizing us. We're just the humble host. We generally say very little and let the guests talk 3 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours yesterday. We don't care. It's not about us. It's not an I. It's a we, shoulder to shoulder. If anybody wants to try Azrael's shoulder, go right ahead. Let us not be found wanting. So yes, that is a nice quote. But what Alex Hormozi is a business guy, great book. We're going to buy his book off Amazon. He says, if you've got love, Brett, because you've got a supportive wife that's been through with you all the way through the pain of your drawing hand to get you back to that therapy so you can draw again without so much pain. So Alex Hormozi is saying, if you've got love, a shared purpose, and there's a Trinity, and you've got your health. If you've got that Holy Trinity, you've got every reason to be happy and to celebrate it and to open yourself up to it. And like you said, find a joy in your heart, whether it's drawing, coffee, cake, or whatever it is, and celebrate those things. Even if you're coming from a place of healing, open yourself up, let people in to help you, because people generally mean well. Very few people are out to get you. You get obviously, we know about the bad boys in life who still think they're Brad Pitt on steroids. But for most guys, 8% of guys are quiet, humble, do anything for the lady in their life. And even if they get the kind of messaging of it wrong, because we're guys and we're, somewhat clumsy, that's just a guy thing. Brett, got to ask you, are there times when you give too much and your wife tells you just to back up and say, look, it's all right, I've got this. I'm sorting it through myself. Go on. A secret, you don't have to, but give us a little time.
Yes, absolutely. She's had to grow in that way, and I've had to grow in my because yes, we are guys. We do like to try to sort. Hello, Bianca. Thank you. That's very kind. Um, we are men. We
Go on.
Good to see you. We try to sort the problems out of everyone in our orbit. We try to make certain that we've got everyone taken care of because that's our job, right? I mean, it seems to be like an instinctual job to try to take care of everyone. And there are times when my wife has to tell me she's an amazing job. She manages a lot of people, and she's has to tell me, okay, I've got this.
Just so it's like easy testosterone.
Yes.
Let the estrogen handle this. It's
Yes.
all right. We're not made of glass, but when we want you, we'll come to you, and then
Yes.
you can give us a cuddle, reassuring cuddle. It's like fine. It's almost like learning to love is a kind of you come to this equilibrium over time. Yes,
Yes.
you've been with your wife. What did you say? 20 years. It's childhood
26.
sweethearts.
26. Oh, no, actually 27 now. So 27.
You better say 27, otherwise your wife's going to give you hell when you get off the stream.
No, no, I assure you, I will be the one who remembers it before she does. So yeah.
Very good. Very good. So yes, yeah, and so yeah, what we're saying about the terminology, we said to you, velvet noir, gothic, gothic velvet noir, velvet
Yeah.
noir. Two words, two words. Yeah, velvet noir. We've got crushed right,
Fresh white.
and for this one, we're going to call this one meticulous exactitude.
I like it. I like it. I try to stay. That's me expressing myself when I'm not concentrating on doing something different. I can be that exactitude. I can go way too far on the detail. Hopefully, you don't think it's too far.
No, no, but that's a stress test as an artist. Sometimes you got to push, like you said earlier. You got to push, push, push. You get to that plateau, and where's the next level? And that's what you're finding. Where's the next level of me? A bit of detail. Tell you what, you know what is sexy. We don't talk about politics, sex, and religion in the show, but do you know what is no the better word for it is? You know what? It's attractive effort,
Ah, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
as opposed to the destroyer of all dreams, apathy,
Mm,
indifference. Yeah,
absolutely.
somebody who turns up and can take a bit of. Sometimes your wife will give you hell, but you're a stoic guy. You've worked the door. You can take it, can't you? Give it
I
to me.
can. I
So you
can.
can absorb her feminine worries and maybe her doubts and fears. We all have them, even
Mm-hmm.
guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Bianca Makoshi, we dubbed her Bianca Gothic Noir Yamakoshi, and she has this Tothian art style. Alex
I
Toth.
love
Yeah.
Alex Toth. One of my prized possessions is a book he signed right back on my shelf.
Can you go? Can you get it? Are you comfy going getting it? Show us.
If you'll give me a moment.
Oh no, we've got one too for you, but yours is signed, right?
Yes.
One moment, Lady Bianca. We're just going to dolly off the screen. Here we go. Let me see if we can find it. Oh, here we go. Ah, dear me, what are you doing? Oof, where is it? Here it is. There we go. Space Ghost. Here we go. Oh, oh, could have done with stretching my legs earlier. Go on, sir. Oh, shall we put you on big screen, sir, so we can get a real good look? So yes, Bianca herself has also varied it with the latest Daredevil drawing that she's done, and we've dubbed the Daredevil. She did brilliant Daredevil drawing, Crimson Noir. And what we're trying to do is help and support artists who value us with support. And Bianca's always liked that about us, that she appreciates our value of supporting you guys, creative leaders. Yeah. So yes, it's Bianca Gothic Noir Yamakoshi. Basically, we said, "Are you happy with that?" And she said, "Yes, love that term. That describes art down to a T." And whether it's an influence or not, her style is very much got that vibe of high contrast film noir,
Mm.
Alex Toff, almost like it's been cut with a sword. So we initially called her Bianca Yamakoshi the dark sword, almost like we're not going to say samurai sword, we're going to call it almost like it's a katana
Katana. I
she's
like
using for the inking, because we forgot that last time, and we were gently corrected. It's actually called a correct. Hey, we don't mind if we get something wrong. Tell us. We're not mind readers. We know when a lady's upset, but if she's if we got something wrong, tell us. We're just humble guys. That's all we are. But yes, Bianca, it's great to have you in chat. However long we have, you know what? She was our first guest we streamed to on a bus.
Oh wow. Let me know her Twitter or social media, and I'll find her. I'll follow her.
Yeah, just give her a follow. We're trying to build her up with some more followers because she's a work for hire artist. As we say, Bianca Yamakoshi, marketing is our specialty, and Sith Lords. And we call it the power of one. Every one counts. It by order of magnitude. Pebble in the pond, pebble in the pond. Then you get the ripples overlapping and they aggregate.
Mm.
Yeah. So anyway, please show us this Toth Delight, and we'll go big screen.
This is one of my prized possessions. This is one of the. There's only 350 of these in the world when they came out, but this is Alex Toth signed the book plate, and it took me. I don't know if you can see
Well,
there.
yeah, yeah,
There we are.
beautiful. Oh yes.
So number 217 of 350. It took me a long time to find those, but yes, I'm an Alex Toth fan. Very big Alex Toth fan as well. So
Funny that you mentioned Zorro because Bianca actually had a cowboy and western work for hire contract, like western horror,
hmm
and also, did this Zorro cowboy type thing,
yep,
which was very Tothian, and I think she was quite modest about it, but we thought it was most effective.
I'll have to check
And
that out. I'll have to check that out. That was oh
Space
wow,
Ghost, Bianca Yamakoshi, Brett, have a little look,
I love it.
feel the width.
I do not have that. I'm going to have to look for that.
It's a trilogy, the three of them. You'll get them off Amazon, the three of them. Each one costs about a lot of money, but you get a set. We think it's about what, 120 $120, £120 for all three. I mean, it's hardback.
They look beautiful.
Space Ghost, and you've got all the cartoons he worked on. The character turnarounds are, you know what Leonardo da Vinci says? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, and Alex
Yes,
Todd is that.
yes.
Absolutely. Oh, we've got a certain who in the chat tonight. We've got John Long. Actually, Bianca and John Long were in this. Well, Bianca was in the chat that night when it exploded. We had Sarah, our business mentor, in there. We had his family, his friends. Your foundation of who you are. Your wife fighting side by side with your shoulder. You've got your wife helping you with your therapy, getting back to be able to draw. For John Long, he's got a three-person creative team. You've got. He's a creator and the writer of this book it's called Heavyweight. And here's the sales pitch, folks. A movie voice, a swirling conspiracy of gold-blooded boxers with nose-crunching action. I mean, the violence is nose-crunchingly good. And he brought his family. Everybody's supporting him. Back in the day, you might have somebody who's a crab in a bucket, let him go on in his man's shed. But rather than complaining about his talent in a negative way, his wife's got beside him, shoulder to shoulder, and she said, "You know what? I can help him with accounts. Maybe somebody isn't so good with numbers or marketing, so the other half can compensate for you. So instead of being the same, you can overlap in a complementary way, and it supports, like the missing piece to a jigsaw, yeah. Or it can be forged in the stars that this star and that star burn for one another, or air can feed fire, and fire can impassion air.
Right.
However you want to define it, yeah." And basically, John's book is on J Long, his website, and he's got the paper. We read his webcomic, and he had 6 chapters on, and he came into our indie comic promo, and basically, we'll just put it down there for the time being. It's heavy. 3 of them, we've got a proper shelf that doesn't fall down when we put those on it. And basically, he's got this webcomic. It received a 5 Pillars of Storytelling Recognition Award for most intriguing webcomic. The only one we've read from panel to panel. It's on Global Comics. Get it there, Brett, for free. Then we liked it. He always turns up like an atomic clock. He's very loyal, and we like loyalty in this show. We prize it almost above everything else because loyalty comes from grace. Almost everything stems from grace. So grace is our favorite word. And from that comes a gentle word that we can shine a light and support people who recognize our value to give to them. It's a tick-tock goes the clock situation, yeah? And basically, we thought, you know what? He comes and turns up all the time. We'll feature him on our Indie Comics Late Night Love. And we give you 16 to 18 hours. So let's say from 12 o'clock to 12 o'clock, that's 12 hours. Then to the 4 o'clock when we start doing social media. If you don't do it, if you do it before that, it gets lost.
Yes.
Because Britain has no market, so we're working to the American market. So +4, that's 16 hours of free advertising you get with over 2,800 followers. Come to us. We're here to serve you in that 1 to 1,000 area special. That's what the greatest inertia is, Brett, isn't it? Your YouTube, you think we need a few followers. If you're not following Brett, by the way, and you're in the chat, we would implore Bianca Yamakoshi and John Long, if you could just spare him a second to go and just sub to his channel. It doesn't cost anything. It's free to do. It's just like a follow in, you have to do it now, but it's just like a free thing you can do to help our guests, a special, most honored guest, to grow a little bit. Everyone counts. Everyone it's that ripples in the pond. It makes your ripples even bigger when we throw more pebbles into it. We can do this together. So Jay Long actually we've backed his paper comics. They're coming through the post, and who knows what else. And we're working on a secret project together, John Long and ourselves, and hopefully we'll see that very soon. So Jay Long,
Oh, wow.
great that you're in the chat. And what we've got here is nothing but love for the five. I've got to do the baritone. Nothing but big love for the 5 pillars of storytelling. Hallelujah. We'll not do the hallelujah, but we get excited. We can't help it. We just can't. As you know, tonight, if somebody we know is in the chat as a creator, we're gonna lift them up, just like we're trying to lift everybody up together. We're trying to lift up you, Brett, as our current expert, right? So tell us about what you're saying.
Well, one quick thing. I just followed John on Instagram, so if I could find him on Twitter, I'll. I need to actually expand to Instagram anyway. So, but I will definitely follow the people you mentioned. Thank you.
Well, there you go, and that's that. That scratch my back, scratch your back. We can work together.
Absolutely.
Easy.
Absolutely. Yeah, this was again for another art contest. I think it's called The Remnants. Another indie creator just put an art contest. I don't know if I won. I don't know any of that. Again, I just like finding about art contests, new characters, and a chance to draw something. So that's really what I was after on this one. I think it was a Batman, sort of a Batman correlate, obviously, and I wanted to try to explore that a little bit, have some fun with it, and I like how it turned out generally.
Yeah, that's meticulous exactitude. It's got an artist who has ambition to improve. Now, this is like the Sistine Chapel of art. We saw this, and we didn't know then that you were Brett, but when we discovered your YouTube channel and all the goth girl stuff and everything else, I actually looked at you and featured you, I think, during Art Thursday, which is a 4th promo day that is specifically attuned to indie comic creators who are specialists either in writing, art, inking, coloring, or even editing. So tell us about this Renaissance piece of work. It's a kind of Renaissance montage.
Thank you. I'd forgotten I'd sent this along. I do a lot of non-comics illustration for role-playing games or book illustrations, covers, things like that. This was a piece for something called a Dungeon Master screen. I've never really played role-playing games. I do a lot of illustration for them, so it's new to me, but this was a very large illustration. I can't recall. It ended up being, I think, nearly 30 inches long when it was printed. And basically, the idea was just to pull from a lot of Dungeons and Dragons style scenarios and things and put something that the players could look at while the Dungeon Master has his material behind this screen. This is all painted digitally, but I did this in Photoshop a while ago. I can't recall now. I don't think I even have a copy of this. I might talk to the creator or the people I did this for and see if I can get a copy of this to hang on my wall or something. But yeah, were you a role playing game player when you were younger?
Go on, we'll share this. We're notoriously tight-lipped about anything about us because we always want to make the show about the guest.
So
But no,
definitely
however, we did do a bit of RPGing in our youth, shall we say, yeah. And basically, one good thing about it that any indie comic artist who wants to put together their own story, and we think here's another idea for you, Brett.
Okay.
How about, have you got any RPG game systems in your house?
I have a whole bunch of comp copies. My garage is filled with comp copies of these things that I didn't play. The reason I asked, I never
Go on.
up, so I don't know anything about them.
Right. Go look, pick one out, anyone. Pick the one you like the look of. So what's the box art that makes you want to go, it's that one? Get the box art, open it up. There's 2 books. Yeah? One will be the player book. Yeah, and then there'll be the games master book. Yeah? So the person who runs the campaign and then the player book. Yes? So the playbook is all about character sheets, what the stats are, what the backgrounds of characters are, right? Important if you want to be a visual storyteller, you've got these ideas for characters, but you want a framework. Always we need frameworks, don't we, for
Yes.
efficiency, right? So that allows you to come up with your characters. You know how to do a turnaround, you know how to do Goth Girl, you know how to do this Renaissance piece of montage, yeah? So this is fantasy RPG type stuff, quintessential, with that kind of very rich golden era kind of Western civilization tradition. Yes,
Yes.
perfection. It's what is it? It's C.S. Lewis. It's what is it? It's Tolkien, etc., etc. It's Dungeons and Dragons, right? And so you've got the campaign stuff for coming up with your characters frameworks, yeah. Then you've got the GM stuff for running a campaign over what, 1 issue, 2 issues, 4 issues, 6 issues, 12 issues, perhaps. So that's just 12 issues of your comic, or however long you want to make it, yeah.
I like. I like. Yes.
That artwork is, says John Long. And he's gone again. He's gone, that artwork is on fire.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, John. I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Thank you.
Lovely comment, John, to put that in the chat. That's it. Return it. And we just got to do a bit of that. We love chat commentos. So, do you think that maybe looking at one of those systems that you have, not just you're going to sit down and play it, you haven't got the time, say, right? So, yeah, we've got a bit of background in that, actually. Comics was our first church. Well, art was our first church. Comics is our second church. You see how the 5 pillars of storytelling works, yeah? We don't have RPG specifically up there because we're very tight-lipped about it, actually.
Understood.
But we thought we'd share with you a bit of a subtle kind of reveal that, but you've been very honest and candid with us. So, in the spirit of sharing, we'd like to reciprocate. Yeah. So, do you think you could actually have the development of the characters and the development of the story and campaign with your life experience, meld them together? And, this could be this image here could be what you're developing, and that could be what have you got there? A montage of 1, 2, 3, 4. That could be a mini series of a 4-issue arc of what you've got percolating in your brain. But like you said to us, don't worry about the drawing board. Let go of the perfectionism. Don't think of yourself as an auteur writer. Just be a visual storyteller. That's visual storytelling right there.
I thank you. I love it. I love it. I like that as a. I think that's a very very good real possibility. I have a lot of experience illustrating or painting the, the Western tradition of role playing games. So yeah.
You basically come across as a very Chris Achilles style fantasy illustrator there, and he used to do a lot of artwork for Games Workshop. The actual monthly magazine he put out was White Dwarf, and often featured art by Chris Achilles. And he had this lovely Lady America, Captain America style variation, with a holding a staff rather than a shield or something, or maybe a shield and a staff, like a Roman kind of what do you call it? The standard, yeah, the Roman standard.
Yes.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's our favorite Chris Achilles artwork. We actually have followers that obviously are influenced by Chris Achilles, and we're thinking, there's your comic, 4 montages, issue 1, 2, 3, 4. That goes into Kickstarter. There's your banner art. But the books, the campaign book and the gem book, sorry, the campaign book and the player book, they're your auteur writing framework.
I see. Yeah.
They compensate, and you can be the visual storyteller hanging the auteurism off that RPG. So yes, we do have a background with RPG. Right, then let's move to the next one. That is beautiful, by the way. That's Renaissance fantasy, we call that. There you go.
Thank you so much.
2 words. Amen. Let's move on. We
Thank
can't help ourselves. We just can't help it, Brett. This is the one we alluded to earlier. This is almost like elegant image comics in your face. You know that immersion of manga style that you did, where you're taking people in, and you really pushed. What we call this?
Well,
You come up with the term. 2 words. Your turn.
You're going to do this.
We're
You're the one with the gift. Not me.
naughty. We're naughty. What we call this?
I do have manga influences on this. I want oh boy. It would be it would be too generous.
We've got it. We've got it. No, we've got it. Here we go. It's coming. You ready for it?
Let's hear it.
Right. It is immersion image.
Ah.
with a kind of
Image.
an accent on the E to separate you
saw
from
it.
image.
I saw
Yeah,
it.
immersion, image. Come on, chat. Give it. We've not shocked you in the silence. Very quiet tonight, chat. We're just teasing. We've had an intimate chat with Brett tonight, and we're absolutely loving it. It's artist to artist, brother to brother, essence to essence, soul to soul. If you ever want to look and wonder who Azrael is, an artist, listen to what Brett said tonight and why he isn't at the drawing board. Yeah, we've now got no place to hide after hearing a very humbling story from Brett tonight. And by the next open invite, as night follows day, we'll be at that drawing board. So help me God. Trailer. Tell you what, we wanted to get onto a trailer. What we're going to do. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. We don't have a trailer, but that's our cue to look at this. Right then, let me see if we can do this. And we need to take the presentation off, and we need to put this on. Tell us about your YouTube channel. Again, it's another way to promote you, Brett. Yeah.
Oh gosh, this is so kind. I haven't done any new YouTube videos recently because I was trying to rethink the value of what I wanted to do with my channel. As we talked
Go on.
about earlier, I want to lift up and I want to help, and I'm trying to come up with better ways to encourage and develop that sense of wonder that also you and I discussed earlier. That source
Go on.
of. So I want to try to relook at some of the things, but the videos that I have currently are really a walkthrough process of how I produce an image, whatever it is. And
Which one is a good example of that? So rather than playing a trailer for you, we cut our presentation tonight. In the spirit of overgiving, we thought, sometimes we just get excited. You're a guy, you want to help the lady in your life, and then you overdo it. And a slight problem with the show is we don't matter about the time. As AC said, you guessed, be quiet, let them run with the ball. And tonight, we want you to do most of the talking. Which one of those videos there best sums up what you're trying to achieve with your channel, aside from what you want to augment and improve?
certainly. The most recent, one of the most recent videos, I don't even recall which it was. I think it was the one on. It's the one on the end, on the left. I think is that one of the most recent. That one
Is
maybe.
is that the one that was 4 months ago? That was Angeline and Divinity. Do you want to play 5 minutes of that? A few minutes of that?
No, sir. You don't need to worry about that. I don't want to. I hate the sound of my own voice.
Hi everyone. So we're going to try something a little different with this
Yeah, all
piece
right, brother. Come on, let's
I'm
do
working
it.
on tonight. I'd gotten a couple
Just about a
questions,
minute, yeah.
so I'm going to try and record this while working on it, which means I'll be working on trying to work and talk at the same time. So we're going to see how that works. It doesn't often work that well. So let's try it tonight. Quick thing, let's see, the two questions. Why do I not do a couple of, let's see, why do I not do thumbnails? And I think the answer is going to be apparent soon. This is digital. So, and this isn't for a project. So in most cases, I'm just going to be doing this for myself. Let's see, this time it's Evangeline and her sister Divinity. I don't know really anything about these characters. Not much. I think we can kind of see the costume ideas. I think they're fallen angels, except good, I guess, or one of them is a fallen angel and the other is not a fallen angel, I guess. But I don't do let's just do this the way I normally would. I don't do thumbnails because I'm going to work this out compositionally here. This is something similar to, at least what I understand, Frank Frazetta would do with his stuff. He would try to make lines or shapes, generally an amorphous shape that was intriguing or pretty or attractive, and then from there basically work in the composition. This is me kind of roughing in the forms that I want to try to play with. So because I'm doing this digitally, I work everything out as I go. And I find that a lot more effective. Let's see, I want lines that go here. Let's go with these guys. No, too dark. Let's see, that might be right. Yeah, this is the color I want. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to guide the eye. My idea was, if this is a fallen angel, I don't know if she has wings or not. So I want to put them in a sort of a cemetery, graveyard, someplace where there'd be a statue with wings in the background. Probably higher. And let's see here. And I want to put that in perspective, because the other question I had gotten was about, or the comment I had gotten was about figures in perspective, having difficulty with figures in perspective. I'm going to explain that in 1 second. Basically, I want our eye level right about here. And maybe here. Yeah, that would be the horizon line, where our eye is. If you'd think about us, we're crouching down, this is what we would see. And because of that, every vanishing point, and we all know perspective is really just kind of an illusion, because parallel lines don't ever meet.
Right.
So for all intents and purposes, we'll just define, like, for right now, that as our vanishing point. And everything will go here. So these are parallel lines, and they're all
Radius from that point.
they're all going to terminate at
Illusory.
at this vanishing point here. Oh, brother. Okay, let's grab that color again. Right there. All parallel lines will terminate there, and that would go for.
Now, that is why we are a fan of your YouTube, and why you have a unique voice. That there. We say keep going with that. It's beautiful. You're expressing in real time the creative process. It's authentic. Your voice has a resonance. You know, the great word that vibrates the universe of the great architect. We say he's given you a gift to connect with people through your art. It's just a matter of getting 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4, building up the followers. Give people a reason to turn up to the 100th follow. The therapy art angle. I'll show you my studio when we get there. So you give people a fear of missing out kind of reason. They'll walk with you if you give them a reason.
I appreciate that.
So that voice, they're going to be, and we'd say this with all purity, intimately connect with you and care for you. But they need to hear your story about therapy to connect that to this guy talking about the art. So you can recursively, using quantum language, you can recursively flow your path from here's what it looks like on the outside, but you go back through time to go forward in time with the reader.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. That is now. Will I like Brett Barkley's art? Who is your art for, Brett?
That is a great question. I don't know. I try to make my art. I try to make art that I first would want to watch and want to look at. That's really what I do. So maybe that's not the best barometer, but will someone like my art? If you like, hopefully the Western style '90s comics, maybe you will gravitate more toward liking my stuff. But I hope there's a little more elegance and a little more of, like Da Vinci said, a little more of the simplicity and the. I try to bring that. I try not to get lost in the the hatching or rendering for rendering's sake kind of
Yeah.
thing that I think really became popular then. But I hope people would like my art, the general person, the general viewer. But
They'll know you through your art. They'll know people know you through your style. That you take the time to recognize that woman's not just a robot to bring joy to the masses or be a tick sheet, a checklist tick on creation by committee, must have Robo Babe in movie, Sarah Connor style. What we've got here is an artist who's thinking about a woman is an individual, unique person, yeah?
yes,
And they have a sensuous, feminine energy that we will never know, but can share as a battle partner going shoulder to shoulder through life, yeah?
yes, you absolutely have the soul of a poet, my friend, my brother. Seriously, you genuinely do.
Thank
Um,
you kindly, sir.
I mean that. I don't say that lightly. That's genuine. That's a genuine praise. But yes, I do. I want these to be characters, even if they're not my characters. I want these to be unique characters and something that would touch someone. So
It's not just a job. You want to bring a bit of soul love to the character. You know, it's not just a job, yeah?
correct. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why do you create art then? Why not a doorman now? Is it that, you've always had this inner calling and been a sensitive soul yourself at your heart? Why do you create art? And when did your journey with indie comics specifically begin?
I create art because I'm not sure I have a choice. I I want to find the beauty in whatever I do. This goes back to
Have to keep on drawing. We have to draw, otherwise it's the abyss. Go on.
yes, yes. I want to find the joy in it's what we said earlier. Finding the joy in what you're doing and when you're doing it. If you're cooking, making a meal for your loved ones, you're going to find the joy in that. It's not just making food; it's doing something for your loved ones. So I think there is sort of a sense of touching and reaching and connecting with other people that I didn't really think about honestly until our conversation today. I think about that more now. The idea of how a lot of the things I do really is oriented toward trying to touch and connect with other people who maybe are on their well are on their own journey, whatever that is. And
Taking the ego. So what was it? We posted something poetical the other day. Is that as you get older, some things don't matter. You know, like ego and pride.
yes,
It's that connection with another soul that beats with you. The vibe. It could be a man. It could be a woman artist too. You get that connection through the art. Yeah.
yes, absolutely. And so I want to create to to touch, to inspire, to help someone else maybe see something or recognize something they did in some way, have fun. Uh, and when my journey with indie comics began, my journey would have begun a couple years ago when the indie scene started,
Popping off.
yeah, started
Growing.
popping off, and I saw that more as a viable, a genuine alternative to the soul crushing work that I think is produced by a lot of the corporation, the corporate stuff.
Yeah.
So I
We can
think,
see in the treatment of Jack Kirby.
yes,
You will
yes,
know them. They're
yes.
telling you how they treat you.
Well said, well said. To treat Jack Kirby the way that he was treated and regarded, they're not going to treat me any better. So I can't fool myself into believing they would. So there you go. And so that's really what inspired by a lot of the old stuff that you and I would have talked about. Inspired by
And
those,
Bruce Burr, Alex Toth, the greats.
absolutely. Inspired by that, I want to do my own thing. I just kind of started out dipping my foot in it lightly, doing illustrations or covers or pinups for people, art contests. But the goal is indeed to do my own indie book. Uh,
We think you've got. We've got another phrase for you. We can help it, but this one Such was the grace of another. Marshal your resources. Harness your talent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I
Go
want
on. Yeah, well, we think you've got everything in your locker to do it, Brett. You've come this far. Now, it is now time for the coup de grace.
yes.
Number 4, what advice would you give to aspiring creators? We're coming towards the end of our presentation at this point, but we've got the who, what, and why. But what advice would you, our resident expert, artistic expert, Brett Barkley, what advice would you give to aspiring creators? On this show, we listen, learn, and share. There might be creative families out there. In the 80s and 90s, there was nothing. There was nothing like the Star Trek technology now, where you can go to Steve Rude's website or his YouTube site and watch this Creative Nexus, fine art, master fine artist,
Hmm.
and master comic artist. You can actually perch on the shoulder of the master as he paints and draws. So we're now in an era where we can actually share advice. What advice would you give aspiring creators?
That's wonderful. I covered a little bit of it earlier, but what I would say, and I really hope my audio isn't so low that you can't hear me. I do
We can
apologize
hear
if
you.
it
No,
is.
no, no. We can hear you clearly.
Find joy in creating, find joy in growing. Don't compete or compare yourself to people who you are not. And find joy in developing your thing. Um, you may not be the next Jack Kirby. No one will be. And you don't need to be. We define success in so many strange ways that are really self limiting. And as long as you're passionate about it, as long as you're finding joy in this thing you're creating and doing, why should someone else tell you that you're doing it wrong or that you're not good enough?
Who gets to decide?
Who does?
Are they the great creator? Are they the great gatekeeper? Who says?
We give them the power to do that in a lot of cases, but I'm trying to urge young people to not give them the power. Take that power back for yourself and put your stuff out there. I have talked to I'll go to a bookstore sometime and I'll talk to one of the people working there, and they'll say something like, "Oh, I wish I was an artist. I wish I was doing this." Stop wishing about it. Start doing it, because then you are the artist. You might not be Da Vinci or Michelangelo, but that's okay. No one will be. Do your art, put it out there. Be brave enough to put it out there. Be brave enough to take criticism, and then understand that that criticism can grow you and should grow you if you're handling it properly. Even if it's nasty criticism, that's okay. You can still grow from that. You're not going to be
Just take it.
affected by it. Because if you understand how much of this is an internal process, how much of, despite what social media tells us, if you understand how much of this idea, when I said find joy in it, that's it within. That's an internal thing. Someone else can say something that doesn't make the joy you had producing that thing invalid suddenly.
Absolutely.
So cling to that joy, cling to the joy you have in growth, in growing and developing, and put your stuff out there. Find art contests, find competitions where you can compete and grow and learn new things. And I would urge everyone to do it today. Start a little bit, just do whatever. It doesn't matter. Um, what it's going to matter more profoundly to you than it will to someone who's just scrolling through on Twitter, but it's a big deal for you, if that makes sense. I hope it does.
Profound perfection. Words of wisdom, we say. What an answer. If that isn't the best answer we've received yet, we don't know what is. That is a landmark comment for this
It's a comment.
question,
It is.
sir. Sir. Now, bit of fun. What superhero would you be, Brett?
Oh wow, this answer has changed a lot.
Us too.
Initially, I would have said Batman. Honestly, I think now
Brett, this is also tradition. You walked into this one. What's he going to ask me? Not a little crazy idea as well. No, this is getting a bit strange. No, it's tradition. We start off with Robert Rodriguez. Said, "Can you do the Batman voice?" Because he has a character called White Owl. You catch him out. Got a lovely family, lovely, funnily enough, a purple makeup-like color, and he's got his wife there and his kids. You know, families doing comics instead of being weirdos reading them on a bus. We're actually, we're just normal people enjoying creating art. Yeah, we might be a little bit strange, we might be a little bit weird, but that's the beauty. Everybody's crazy on the planet anyway. So, can you do a Michael Keaton Batman voice? Batman. Go, Brett.
Let's see. Okay. I might be able to do Kevin Conroy or a little closer to that, but
go then. Oh, Kevin Conroy, even better.
I'm Batman.
Peak Conroy Batman. That's what we love. So you're no longer Batman, but you did a very good Conroy, classic Batman animated. That's the first Conroy we've had on the show. Great stuff. God bless him. What is your favorite character now?
If it were me, if I could choose, I think I'd probably be Tony Stark, Iron Man. You as well.
Yep, he's our guy.
My brother. I'm telling you.
Iron Brothers.
No, I'm telling you. I think I've understood my limitations enough at this stage in my life to say, yeah, I might need the
armor. we say that every day, man. We think, the hero with the shattered heart, that probably sums us up more than anything. Before he had the heart transplant, he was the hero with a broken heart. And we very much, after the last 3 to 4 years of the Darkness Wars, if there's one character we identify with, sometimes we almost want to plug our chest plate into a plug socket and recharge. Yes. But yes, that vulnerability in a hero, yeah. But he puts on the armor, he's invincible, but really, he's just a man, a good man at heart, yeah. Absolutely. Love it. What a choice. What a soul answer, soul brother answer, an Iron Brother answer. Right, and bonus questions, only one. We're not here to touch you. It's like the Lloyd from The Simpsons and the big window. We try not to do that to guess. Bonus questions. What are your plans for Brett Barkley going forward? Of course.
Well, you have really genuinely inspired me about the YouTube. And I'm going to get back to doing maybe slightly shorter, because when you played that segment of video, there was a lot of rambling. So I'm going to try to fix that a little bit. But I think I'm going to try to get back to doing some YouTube things, and I'm going to consider. So yes, absolutely, building on that. I need to grow, and I want to try to take my own advice, as you put back on me about the writing. I'm not looking to be an auteur and just put something out there. So I might consider doing something like maybe even like a Twitter sort of web comic or something, that I could put some things out, just kind of slowly publish something on a weekly basis, or something that people could look at, see, and get back into the frame of sequential art. I don't know.
Now, got something. We've just gone back in time to AC last night. We've had 4 shows this week, so we're under the wheel, but we've enjoyed it. It's beautiful. A little bit time, but we love it. We energize when we get guests like you on, Brett. And AC Pritchard said we got into a conversation of how do you create anything one brick at a time, sweet Jesus kind of thing, 365 days. So let's say Brett Barkley has his Lego brick. It's a panel. Like the old newspaper strips? Yes. Comic strips were 3 panels, weren't they? And there was mastery of beginning, middle, and end of the gag in 3 panels. Hollywood script, isn't it? Beginning, middle, and end.
Right.
So that every day you do a panel. Now, how many comics is that? If you do that over 365 days, you can knock out a panel in a day, no question. That could be breakfast for a guy like Brett, yeah? So your breakfast panel, yeah? That's the beginning of your special project that you've got in your head. Because it's one panel, you're not going to be able to more and fill that with auto writing. It's going to be a visual Lego brick, right? There you go. That's Monday. Tuesday, you do it again. Wednesday, you do it again. At the end of the week, you've got 5 panels, yeah?
Right.
Now, if you do that over 4 weeks, that's 28 panels.
There we go.
There's your single issue.
Yeah.
If you do the splash page thing.
Right.
Or even maybe panel splash page on one, 2 panels on another, until you're ready to storytell with up to 6 or 8 panels, however you want to do it. But you know, like gym reps, start off with small reps, and then you can go into the higher rep range later, depending on what you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to get off the ground, use some powerlifting to get that inertia off the ground, get the bar off the ground. Yeah. And then once you're back in gymland, then you think, yeah, okay, I can do maybe less weight, but more reps. Yeah, a bit like that. Trying to use gym talk, speak to you in terms of the lifting we both have in our locker. And so, what's that over 365 days? That's 12 issues.
Yeah.
You've got more doing it that way. You've got it in your locker. Doing it that way, you've got 12 issues. You can actually say, right, I've got all these 12 issues, but I'm going to release them quarterly for the next 2 years and absolutely monetize. So you've got the campaign space for 3 months to, right, I've already done it. But I only need to cover the cost of printing from this campaign. Use the merch from the inside of the comic to actually be the gravy for the money. Yeah, revenue streams.
Absolutely.
Right? The Brett T-shirt, etc. The free audio with the voice of your character as an audiobook. You could actually read it out. AC was talking last night about audiobooks. Most of them cost $30, $40. You give a $5 audiobook so you can read out your story of that particular comic. Do you see where we're going? Yeah?
I do.
Get your mind racing. All right? So then you're going to take the next step with your video, with your YouTube and with your output. And use the Lego brick thing. You let the inside be your merch. Rather than doing special artwork just for the merch, let the interior be your merch.
I like
Right?
it.
Efficiency. We started off this hero's journey on efficiency.
Efficiency. Absolutely. Learn efficiency.
Now, even more fun. What's your favorite pizza? And right now, we want to eat our left hand. This is our drawing hand. Don't worry, folks. This one's saved. It looks like left on your side, but it's actually all right. We're going to protect that one, but we're going to start nibbling on this probably T-minus 10 minutes. So we're just kidding, sir. What's your favorite pizza, sir?
I am so sorry.
No, come on. Tell us about the buffalo pizza. What do you like, Brett Barkley?
This is going to be strange. Have you ever been to the United States?
Never. Would like to maybe go. If sometimes it's better to travel with someone. It's not as much fun on your own, is it?
I agree. I've never been to the UK. My family apparently comes from the UK, but I've never
Really?
Yeah, Gloucestershire. Are you familiar with
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire? Thank you. I can't
Wow, it's just down a bit from us and across a bit.
Okay.
Near Wales, we think. Go on, sir.
Okay. So if you do come to the United States, and I'm going to give a shout out to a place in Boston called Not Your Average Joe's, but they make a buffalo chicken pizza that is, it's I don't know how to explain it. It's the chicken has like almost a Bahama kind of skew to it a little bit. It's amazing. So buffalo chicken pizza from Not Your Average Joe's. I'd order it right now if I could.
I'll tell you what, we're going to go to the local field and find whatever we can and put it on some bread with some tomato sauce and put it in the oven. No, we're all right. We're fine. We're just kidding. Sometimes we do have a slightly inane sense of humor. It's you're obviously then possibly historically Welsh, Gloucestershire. That's near the border, so you might be a fellow Celt, which would explain the connection. But we are Scots, British born Irish, yeah. So yeah, that would explain a great many things in our case. But yes, we would say, being serious, we do like a thin and crispy chicken and mushroom. We want to try the buffalo. We've heard tales of legend of it. Somebody we did a kind of a mystery chat with some creative leaders, and it was even more than triple cheese. You can actually have 4 toppings of cheese. We actually have 5 toppings of cheese. That one we'll probably just put our face first down into the pizza and just just go from there, man, and just see what happens. You know, think of it as an organic eating. Before we get thrown off YouTube, let's go to the next slide. Where we like that one, you can tell we just took the opacity down and give it a slight grey sheen. You know, where can they find out more info about you, Brett?
Twitter and YouTube currently. I'm going to try to expand to Instagram.
You would rock the house on Instagram. It's right for you, sir. It's waiting for you.
I thank you. I've been really slow about social media. Honestly, I there's so much there is so much negativity out there, and not even in terms of criticism. People get offended so easily, and
Touchy.
I try to. I've just tried to limit my. So it's currently only YouTube and X, but or I
More
don't.
show, less tell. And
Yes,
that way nobody can actually get you involved in the fights. Yeah, but keep going.
yes. Um, I've had it's funny. You can find my art in various places, and I found some of my pieces on or someone had. I think I had posted pieces of my work years ago on a comic art fan source, and I had people from other countries saying, "Well, you copied this guy's art." Well, no, I was drawing his character. I didn't copy his art. So I just tried to restrict the uh, I just tried to restrict my social media and how I where I put my art. But I'm going to try to expand a little bit. You're going to have people misunderstanding what an homage is, and I certainly didn't claim to be the artist or produce the character. I just
But they
copied.
almost want to misunderstand to create the drama to draw
Very
attention to
nice.
them. It's a negative form of attention rather than turn it around and say, that's a great homage, Brett. Let's see some of your other stuff and perhaps some of your original stuff as well. There's a way of actually constructing a comment to actually lift people up gently.
Yes, I think you and I would recognize would recognize there are a lot of people who just want that kind of
They get no oxygen with us. We One of the first things we said with the Five Pillars story, pretty much empirically clear, was that we don't do drama, and
yeah.
anybody who tries it will be drop kicked off our feed. So
Well,
Azrael is gentle, but he's not a fool.
absolutely, absolutely. I agree. So those are the two places currently. Look for me on Instagram as I slowly expand, and maybe a Facebook page eventually. That kind of thing.
Cool. I think that will aggregate your message and help you focus your message more. You've got all the building bricks and the modularity to build on your foundation of your connectivity and your story of actually coming from a place of pain to actually, because creativity is pain, literally in your case, and you've actually had to go through it. It's not just a metaphor with you. So your actual real story is authentic, and that's perhaps we need to get that on YouTube, but show the manifestation of that struggle on Instagram. So it's bam, no talk, show us. Show,
I like.
not tell. Action trumps words.
I like.
Shoulder of action, just saying. Right then, let's move to the next one. We have got the Brett in a most, what would you say, Spartan and Athenian. You can be the Spartan. We'll be the Athenian potter with clay and jug of wine. And we did battle through on this hero's journey to understand layer by layer and give our creative leader, Brett Barkley, the time and space to express his very heartfelt, creative pain, literally, of a journey to our audience. For what we say today isn't just for those people who've joined us in the chat, and we'll just type in there, thank you,
True.
chat, for being here, yeah? And to our viewers. And what we're saying, thank you for being our special guest, Brett. We wish you well and genuinely Godspeed to keep fighting your fight to be the artist. We know you, we can see you, we hear you, but you're not alone. And he says this to the green light. No artist has to be alone. If you're a creative leader, you are not alone this night. We stand with you shoulder to shoulder, not mere words. If you're uncertain, seek clarity from Azrael. He will provide it. And if you call us to action, then tell us your heart's desire. So yes, Brett Barkley, it has been a humbling experience for us. And if we did know humility before, now we know a further layer and depth to humility. And now, through the ring of fire, we will go to that drawing board. You heard us without talking. You heard us. You saw us. And sometimes in life, a spiritual brother, there's no hiding place. They know you. It's almost like a soul mirror reflection. So please like, comment, and subscribe. It's a follow on YouTube. Log in and follow Brett Barkley, Art, and the 5 Pillars of Storytelling, so we can shine a greater light on creators like Brett and also amplify the soul and the siren song. Now we're going to say, brother, anytime, you're welcome. An open invitation to this show.
I thank you. Anything I can do to ever help you on your artistic journey, reach out. Let me know.
We shall be without pride when we do so. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right.
We understand each other.
We understand one another very well, and it's been a privilege, a gift from God, we would say.